We are live on both TikTok and YouTube. Hello, YouTube. And you can actually watch this back if you need to. So you said that we got Douglas1234, or Douglas the Dolphin, or whatever he called himself. And you're saying that, so Paul saw Jesus? Is that what you said? Or Paul met Jesus?
Yeah, Paul met Jesus, and there were
That was
500
clearly
eyewitnesses.
not during his earthly ministry, right?
Yeah, probably not.
Okay.
Or I'm not sure,
So
but
what? Wait. So how? Don't you believe that Paul was Shaul first? Don't you believe that that was his name first?
it, yeah, Paul Saul.
Okay. And he was persecuting the Christians, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So very clearly he didn't meet Jesus during his earthly ministry then, right?
Oh yeah, probably not.
Yeah. So
But he had visions of Jesus.
well, that's fine, but seeing visions of somebody doesn't necessarily mean anything. Joseph Smith said that he saw visions of, all kinds of things. Is that hell, he said that Jesus himself actually visited him. That doesn't really mean anything. Unless Joseph Smith or Paul saw Jesus during his earthly ministry, then we can't appeal to them for proof that they were actually here on this earth, right?
So did
Right?
anyone see the crucifixion?
Well, I mean, not that I'm aware of. I don't know. Do you know of anybody who did? And he left. That was really weird. That was really strange. I think his mom caught him on the phone or something like that. I don't know what that was. All right. Well, if you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, I want to hear it. I want to hear it. That was weird. Hello to everyone over there on TikTok and to YouTube. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Oh, Paul Saul Jesus. I like that. That's pretty funny. Okay, so checking YouTube really fast, or no, TikTok really fast. It says first from Double Dock and Jesus. That is actually true. DDJ was here first. Mr. Eddie just said a 9, as in I guess he was ninth. I guess I don't know. Or like he was the ninth person in. I think that's specifically what that means. 10th. See, I never know if somebody's saying I'm the first comment or if I'm the first or if I'm like the person in. I don't know. I have no idea. Deathbed. They're from the Mr. Eddie. So wow. Okay. Well that. Wow. All right. So not quite. Deathbed is the last song on the album. Pretty sure it is. Yeah. So that's actually the first song on the album that I played this morning was Pleading the Fifth from Reliant K. Damn. All right. The Mr. Eddie. Mr. Eddie knows his stuff. That's pretty awesome. Okay. All right. So a lot of dancing there from Not a Demon. Hey, fam. Oh, hi from Adam. A morning from Pixie's Place. Good morning, gang from Yana. I found Jesus and Paul from Memento Mori. We did a big dog. We hit 1,000 last night. Damn, son. Damn. Damn, son, where'd you find this? Anyways, let's see. I don't even know about all that. Rational Atheist says good morning as well. Let's see. Hey, Aaron, sorry about your bald spot. Dang it, memory is shot. Oh, no, it's the same album. You still got the same album. It's pretty cool. Let's see. Is Holden okay? I don't know what's going on. The song. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, Holden shared the live a bunch. Well, thank you, Holden. Hopefully that brings up people who have evidence for Jesus. Yeah, none, no new ones. Az Mike, no new ones. Bofa from Aaron. I don't even know what that's in reference to. I don't know. Something. I don't know. Probably something I said. I probably said something silly or slightly sexual, and Aaron's just capitalizing on it.
You done messed up, Aaron!
Yeah, that's all that goes. All right. Let's see. How do you figure they didn't exist? Well, Bella, Phila, or some Philia, Philia. I don't know. The L is in a different spot on your actual username, but I sent you a request to come up if you want. If you're over there on YouTube, welcome in, welcome in. If you want to come up, you definitely can. Or request up if you've got evidence for Jesus or Paul. Request up. The link is in the chat or on the YouTube profile, or send a super chat and I'll respond to it. When we take a quick look at the people who are chatting over there, Let's see. Some people over on YouTube says the guy. Someone said the guy on the screen never existed. Prove me wrong. Okay. Ah, sheesh. Let's see. Saul/Paul never gave up his material life. Okay. And it said either way, good life lessons, in my opinion. I don't know. I honestly have no idea what they're talking about. Whew. YouTube is one of those that you just get to look past the live chat. Okay. Olander says, hey, what's up, guys? Yeah. Nope. Michael, not even going to read it. Black Atheist Man says, can you explain what a manuscript is, Mrs. or Miss Carmela? Is someone in the chat saying something? Who's Carmela? I don't know who Carmela is. Oh, there's Carmela. Okay, well, Carmela, you can come up if you like, if you think that there's good evidence for Jesus, and especially if you think that they're found in the manuscripts, then come on up. Bella, how's it going? Yeah, you muted. You muted yourself, and then you ran away. All right, well, either way, you can come back up if you want. Just request back up. Well, Wolfie,
Hey, bud.
well, just to make sure, your comment said, I'm assuming you meant if, but if they never existed, that means the Immaculate Conception never existed.
Right. And if the Immaculate Conception didn't exist, that means John the Baptist didn't exist.
That's not actually accurate at all.
John the Baptist was the man who baptized Jesus. So if
what do you think the Immaculate Conception is?
Exist, then none of it did.
Wait. Hold up. So if you're saying,
do any of you even know the hours and the minutes that consist on the celestial constellations? What equals 1 year?
Yes, I know about days and hours. I've studied the Keys of Solomon.
Yeah, I don't know what that guy was talking about there. Okay, so Wolfie, say what?
Yeah. Go ahead. I was just replying to that guy.
Yeah, he was weird. Okay, so Wolfie, listen. So you're saying the Immaculate Conception, in other words, like Mary getting pregnant miraculously. If that didn't happen, then John the Baptist couldn't exist?
Take your theory one step further. Well, why would he?
Well, that's completely unrelated to whether or not he could exist. For instance,
taking your theory one step further here.
Well, okay, so there's a wild delay. I don't know if it's your connection or if you got me on Bluetooth or something like that, but there's a wild delay. No, so I'm gonna have to mute you because I'm saying something and then it takes a long time to actually hear the response. So I'll send you an invite to unmute after I'm done talking. So really fast. If you are using that logic, that would mean that like the story of the Amazing Spider-Man or the Amazing Spider-Man comics, when Peter Parker meets Barack Obama, you're saying, well, if Spider-Man isn't real, then Barack Obama isn't real because it says that he meets him in the comics. And it's like, okay, well, that doesn't really, that has nothing to do with him. All right. Like saying that Jesus didn't exist doesn't have any bearing over John the Baptist. Just because there's a character doing something in a book, that doesn't mean that John the Baptist didn't exist. That they're not connected like that. That's not how that works. Go ahead.
Okay.
There you go.
Well, it's really simple. Okay. Hold on, I'm trying to fix this here. Okay. It's simple. You're stating that John and Paul never existed, correct?
I'm saying Jesus and Paul never existed.
Oh, Jesus and Paul. Okay, well, if Jesus and Paul never existed, then none of it exists because Jesus is the main character.
I mean, the story didn't happen, but that doesn't mean that the people involved in the story automatically didn't exist. That's what I'm saying.
They don't even... Here's the thing about religion. They don't even know when he was born. it's made up. Catholic Church made up December 25th.
Okay.
Christians, they rolled along with it. They don't
Okay.
know when he was born.
Sweet. That doesn't have anything to do with whether or not he
They
existed or
don't know
didn't
when he's
exist.
born, so how would they even know he existed? Other than what you read in a book, correct?
I mean, kind of, but that's not my argument.
There's no kind of. It's what you believe. Either you believe he existed or you don't.
Oh, I don't believe he existed. I believe he did not exist, but that's not how I got there.
Then there's no argument then. So if he didn't exist, there is no Immaculate Conception. There is no apostles. There is no heaven. There is no hell. There is no God.
Whoa, okay. Now you're just extending it from something else. So if the New Testament never happened,
what you basically said.
No, if the New Testament didn't happen. Sweet. Okay, so you muted again. All right. So if the New Testament didn't happen and Jesus never existed, if all the stories in the New Testament didn't happen, Jesus never existed, that doesn't do anything to the Old Testament necessarily. Like it just doesn't. It's completely unrelated. It's as if people tend to forget that there's an entire religion of people who believe in the Old Testament, but not in the New. Like, they may, like, be nice and say, yeah, you know, it could have happened in some natural way, but they don't believe it. So if it never happened, guess what's going to happen with the Jewish people? Nothing. If Jesus never existed, the Jewish people are going to just keep going on like nothing ever happened because they're not connected to that shit. That's how that works. So, like, you can't just say, oh, if Jesus never existed, then God never existed. What are you talking about? I mean, I'm not necessarily going to fight you on that, but, like, it's a dumb argument. So it's just silly. Did you have anything else, Wolfie? It sounded like you were arguing from both sides of the same coin. I don't know. I should probably just disconnect him. Okay. Carmela, how's it going?
Yeah, how you doing, brother?
That is not what I expected, but okay.
Yeah, me and my wife share an account.
Okay. All right. Well,
So-
Carmela, what you got?
I'm just piggybacking off the last guy. I just don't think he had the words for it. The Old Testament can't be, not that you think it's real, it can't be real, period, regardless if Jesus didn't exist. If you go to the Old Testament in Genesis, like in Hebrew, don't worry about your King James Bible. Go to the Hebrew of the Old Testament. It opens up with names. Names have meanings. And it says God manifests flesh to die for our sins in Genesis.
No,
So
it
if the
doesn't.
Jews
But anyways,
don't
that being said,
It
even
does,
if
it
even
does.
if
We
that
can
was the
look it up.
case, even if that was the case, you think that the best way that like
Yes,
God
like
could
the
actually talk
whole-
about the New Testament is not directly telling anybody when he directly talks and like walks with Adam. He doesn't say, "Oh, hey, here's exactly what's going to happen." He's got to put it in some kind of weird code
Well,
in the
we gotta
names.
prove if he's real first or not.
Why
before we
would God
try
leave
to
it up? Why
understand
would
he
God
does
leave
what
it
he
up
does.
to men to find names of men in a text in order to try to figure out what was going to happen? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Just tell it.
I think
There's
I really
literal
think-
prophets, right? Like, God speaks
Yeah, I
through
think
Hey,
it-
listen.
To
Carmela.
answer you real quick, though,
Carmela,
you just asked me a
Carmela.
question.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to give an explanation as
Hey,
to
all
how
right, I got
dumb
you.
what you're talking about is. You believe in prophets, and you believe that God literally speaks to these prophets and has them speak on his behalf to other human beings to say that something is going to happen in the future. And you think that one of the best ways God could come up with for telling anybody about Jesus is to somehow have in Hebrew a list of names that you've got to kind of sort of determine are these words and then try to retrofit it into something that happens later. I mean, it's not as if anybody caught it before the supposed Jesus. There's literally no Jewish person prior to Jesus that goes, hold up, wait a minute, put a little Luda in it. These names right here, they actually tell us that there's this guy who's showing up. No one ever says this. The only time that you see this is whenever, yes, it is called post hoc rationalization. You have a story in the New Testament that a bunch of people like, and they go, oh my God, let's try to find every possible connection that we can to this. And then they just got this big old boner for taking a look at some words and translating them the way that they want to translate them and making them retrofit this particular narrative. No one put it together prior. So if God planned that, it was a really stupid idea because it doesn't make any sense. And he never had any prophets say, oh, hey, there's this guy who's going to be born in Bethlehem, raised in Nazareth, and he's going to, be named Jesus. It's going to be from Mary and Joseph and stuff. He never explicitly says it. He puts it in some secret code that literally no one finds out until 2,000 years after the whole story's done. That's really stupid.
On that, and then there's two other points.
I'm trying to tell you that that's really stupid, and surely you understand
that if
how stupid
somebody
it is,
writes
right?
about somebody 1,000 years before it happens.
I mean, the Old Testament wasn't even written 1,000 years before the supposed Jesus story, but okay.
In Genesis, from Genesis to the New Testament, how much time is that?
From the time that Genesis hits paper to the time that the New Testament is written?
When Genesis was to occur till when the New Testament occurs.
Oh, when Genesis occurs, that doesn't mean anything because it's not like those people who are named actually existed.
Right. And then, anyways, moving on.
I mean, no, I'm dead serious. Like, you would have to just look at when the book is written because we don't have any evidence whatsoever that any of those people at the beginning of the story actually existed.
But
That's
you
ridiculous.
believe in the Roman Empire existed.
Yep, and the Roman Empire isn't mentioned in Genesis 1.
But they wrote about Jesus.
Okay, where?
In there, you could just Google it.
Sweet. So where? Where do they say anything? I mean, you're the one presenting the evidence. You got to bring it.
Yeah, they keep accounts.
Sweet. Who does? Who does?
They keep accounts on who they killed.
Who?
Well, the point I was wanting to bring up, the politicians.
Name one.
Government.
Name one.
All right. Tactius.
Oh, really? Okay. Let me go ahead and put you here on the board of all the people who have tried and failed this in the last 2 weeks. Let's see, that's 4 there. Okay. There we go. All right. And what does Tactius say? I can't hear you when you're off the app there, buddy.
Yeah, my apologies. Tactius was the first name listed. There's a couple. His was writing about Jesus's followers, how they had to burn down 2 cities of them.
That doesn't make any sense. It says that the followers of Christus or whatever, because it calls them the Christians, apparently the Christians admitted guilt to burning down Rome. They don't burn down the cities of Christians. The Christians admitted guilt to burning down Rome. That's what it says. You didn't read that at all. You read it backwards.
And also what I wanted to
Wait, hold up. Are you just glossing over the fact that apparently the Christians are domestic terrorists in the first century?
You think the Christians are terrorists? Why?
That's what it says. It says they admitted guilt to burning down Rome.
Well, that's a cover-up.
It never says that. Where's there any evidence? Where does it say that?
Other people wrote about that even. But
no,
what do you think about...
they don't. In fact, there's 6 different stories about what Nero did during or after the fire in Rome. Only one of them mentions the Christians, and it explicitly says that the Christians admitted guilt.
Yeah, it's well known that they burnt those cities, and then they had the Holy Roman Catholic Church to mask it.
The Holy Roman Catholic Church doesn't exist for another 400 years after this.
Well, yeah, but that's hand in hand with killing the Christians. You can't
no,
take
it's not. That doesn't have anything to do with
it.
You're just kind of saying stuff. The Holy Roman Catholic Church doesn't show up for hundreds of years after this event.
And the exact reason that those Christians were burnt in those cities. To cover up Christianity.
No, they weren't burnt in those cities. You keep kind of saying this because you don't know what you just read, and you're stuck on this. No, the Christians were punished because they admitted to burning down Rome and unaliving people and destroying a city. That they are terrorists. That's how that works.
According to
literally the thing that you just brought up.
The tyrant said this.
No, the Christian said this, and Tacitus, the person you brought up, is the one who gives us the story. You literally brought us the evidence that says that they they burned down Rome. You're the one who brought it up.
He doesn't give evidence.
That's
of
what he
burning,
does. Yeah.
says it.
Okay. Do you
He
have
just
anything?
says it.
Okay. Well, if you're saying it's not evidence and he just says it, then I guess it's not evidence
It's
for
kinda
Jesus,
like-
then, right?
It's one of those things like George Bush didn't do 9/11.
Carmelo,
you know what I mean?
listen. Carmelo, listen. If you're saying that this account is just him saying things and it's not actual evidence, then why did you bring it up as evidence for Jesus?
Because I think it all matters. It all points
Oh,
to
okay.
Jesus.
So it does matter then. So it's evidence.
Yeah, that a
Oh,
tyrant
okay. Yeah, okay.
who
Yeah,
lied
cool.
about
So
Christians dying.
no, it doesn't lie about them dying. Are you saying they didn't die? Because that's the whole story.
No, I really firmly think off of reading.
I don't
the
think
same
you've
thing
read
we can
this at all. You didn't even say the guy's name right. It's Tacitus. So like
They
it's
did
pretty
s-
it's
what
pretty
about the
obvious.
studies- what
It's
about
pretty
the
obvious that
studies
you
at the
haven't read this
schools
before.
that he's written in your DNA.
Cool. Well, this doesn't have anything to do with the evidence that you tried to bring up, and you very clearly haven't read.
What about the DNA though?
Don't care. This has nothing to do with it. We're talking about Tacitus.
But proof of Jesus shows when you go to modern day
Proof
colleges
of Jesus
that are
shows this?
showing that modern colleges, today's colleges, are
Modern
doing
colleges
studies
as
on your
opposed to
DNA.
ancient colleges or something?
Yeah, today's proof. People like you need proof today because if we have manuscripts of George Washington only, he never happened.
Cool. No, we got the guy's teeth, man. Anyways, do you
Yeah,
have
his
any
teeth.
evidence for Jesus 2,000 years ago? Because your DNA today doesn't have anything to do with it unless you are somehow a DNA descendant of Jesus, and he didn't have any kids. So, that being said,
No,
as far
saying
as
that
far as
he's
Jesus
written on your
goes,
DNA.
it literally does not matter, and isn't even true. Even if all of our DNA said the name Jesus, that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not he actually existed 2,000 years ago. Literally
What?
doesn't. No, nothing to do with it.
So if your DNA says Yahweh in it, Jesus didn't exist.
Cool. Well, Yahweh isn't Jesus. That's not the same name. But anyways, that being said, when it comes to Jesus 2,000 years ago, do you have anything else? Because so far, it's like pulling the dick off of a camel right now. I have no idea what you're trying to do, but you're giving it a good tug.
He's the only person we have thousands of manuscripts that existed.
Cool.
The
He's
only
also
one.
the main character of an entire religion. It would be weird if we didn't.
I don't
and
think he
the-
liked religion, but that doesn't have to do with him existing.
He definitely did. He literally said to listen to the priests and follow what they say when they teach
That is
Moses' law. It literally says that in Matthew 23. It says, do not do what they do, but do as they say, which is
So
teaching
it
the
sounds
law.
like the law. There's a difference between law and religion.
Yeah, the law that is given by the religion of the Jewish people. Yes, by Moses. That's the point. It's a religion. Anyways, that being said, do you have anything else to show that Jesus actually existed?
I think he did. I can't convince you otherwise.
You think he did?
But
Okay,
if
now
he
we've gone
didn't
from we know he
exist-
did to we think he did. All right, well, what's the evidence that convinced you that he existed 2,000 years ago?
One thing I think that should be agreed on: if there's no Jesus, there's no rational reason for the Old Testament to be real. if
That
Jesus
doesn't make
didn't
any
exist.
fucking sense, dude. Literally
Yeah, have
doesn't.
you read Isaiah?
Yep. Where does it say the name Jesus in Isaiah?
You don't have to have the name. You have to have the
Okay.
story.
Well,
Read
if
what
there's
it
no
says about
Jesus,
him.
it doesn't have any effect on Isaiah if it never says Jesus. Also,
So if it
Isaiah
says-
doesn't say anything about Jesus.
It talks about him dying on a cross.
It
Talks
does
about him
not.
being
It
whipped.
literally never
Talks
says.
about him
It literally never says
casting-
the word cross.
Well, that's what it's referring to.
Cool. So it doesn't say cross and it doesn't say Jesus, and it's written way before and in past tense, but you think that that's talking about somebody in the future named Jesus? It sounds like you've done a lot more retrofitting like we talked about before. That's what it is, dude. All you're doing is post hoc rationalization. You are looking at your favorite story and you're going, oh, hey, let me try to find a connection to something before it, even though it literally says nothing about my favorite story and is talking in past tense.
99% of your atheist scholars believe he existed. I
I
don't
don't
see
give
what
two flying
the
fucks.
hang
Why do
up-
I care about an atheist?
Are you atheist?
No.
You're not. What are you? If you're not,
It's irrelevant to this topic. It's irrelevant to whether or not two people existed in history.
well, I would probably a lot of us would like to know if you think Jesus isn't real based off thousands of manuscripts in history.
Do you think that
what
the
do
amount of
you
copies of
believe
a
in that
book
has any proof?
Do you
of
think
it?
the amount of copies of a book is somehow evidence for the book being true?
That's a lot of people, man. Stories
Sweet.
matching
There's
up
a
over
lot
hundreds
of
and
there's a
hundreds of
lot
years.
of fan fiction of Harry Potter, and it matches up with him going to Hogwarts.
Yeah,
Does
but
that
you're
mean
talking
does that
2 decades, not thousands of years.
cool? There's a lot of copies of the Homer's Iliad and the Odyssey. Does that mean that Odysseus existed? Does that mean Zeus existed? Hercules? Achilles? They're older than the Old Testament. I guess that means they win. Is that how that works? We still
But
read
they
it
don't
today.
have 500 eyewitnesses and
Name one of the
66
500
books
witnesses.
written on it.
Name one of the 500 witnesses to Jesus. Name one.
Well, that's absurd. How could you do that?
You can't name any
You
of
can
them. It's
read
almost
the-
like somebody pulled that out of their ass. There's
you
also
really
hundred.
think-
Listen, there's also hundreds of people who watched Harry Potter win a Quidditch match. Does that mean that they actually did? I can't name you any of them, and I don't have any
Well, it's a
testimony
written
from them.
script. Do you think?
Cool.
You really
And the
think
Bible is a written script.
disciples
It's
are
a
gonna-
fictional story. We don't have
They
any evidence.
boiled
We don't have
people.
nope. We don't have any evidence that any of the disciples ever existed. Literally, no one in Christianity ever says I knew one of
What-
the disciples,
what
and we
would
don't
be
have
good
anybody outside
evidence?
of Christianity that mentioned them.
What would be good evidence?
Someone outside of Christianity mentioning them, or even a Christian in the first century mentioning the disciples. Literally, no one does.
Like Saul?
Saul does not mention the disciples.
He's responsible for killing tens of thousands of Christians.
Says who?
And then he did.
No, he didn't.
He murdered Christians.
No,
He
that's
talks
just in
about it.
Acts. Do you think Paul wrote Acts?
No.
Okay, well, then he didn't say that.
So you can't write. That's just, it's at a stalemate. It's like you want to
It's
be able
not.
to turn the television on and see a Jesus figure.
No,
when we
it's
have a
not.
book.
It's not. It's just that everything that you have presented as evidence is very easily dismissed because you just think it's evidence. You think it is, especially like things from the Old Testament because of post hoc rationalization. You've never actually sat down and thought about, is this actually good evidence? You just kind of ate up what your priest told you.
All right. I don't have a priest, but it's just it seems like there's so much evidence for him though when that many people have written for him.
There's
brother.
not. And also, plenty of people write about Harry Potter. Multiple people have written about
Yeah,
Luke
but nobody's
Skywalker.
been boiled for Harry Potter. No one's been.
No one's
hung
been
upside
boiled for
down.
Jesus. Give me any evidence that somebody was.
Yeah, it's in the Bible. It's a history.
It is
you know why
not in
it's
the
not a-
Bible. I want you to show me the verse where someone was boiled for Jesus in the Bible.
all 12 of the disciples, minus one who still got the short end of the stick, were abused for their faith in Christ.
It literally never says that in the Bible.
They're martyrs.
No, never says that
literally-
in the Bible. Nope. Only 2 disciples are have their death recorded in the Bible. I don't think you know who they are, but only 2 of them.
Who?
You have no idea? Admit that you have no idea.
All right, not off the top of my head, but once you say it, I'll be like, oh yeah, probably. That's how it's a big book, man.
You're admitting that Acts of the Apostles is a big book? Because both of them are mentioned in one book.
Yeah, the Bible itself is a big book.
Sweet. Well,
One
Acts
of
mentions both of
66
what I'm
books.
talking about. It's just Acts. Literally, all you'd have to do is read one book in the Bible, and you'd have both of these stories. Have you not read
So-
Acts?
So yeah, I've read Acts. It's
Okay,
just
well then
there's
tell me the
also
disciples who are
65
mentioned.
other books that you have to read as
Sweet.
well.
Well, their martyrdom is not mentioned in these other books. It's just in Acts. One of them is mentioned in Matthew, but both of them are mentioned in Acts.
John
Nope.
got his head cut off for standing on his
nope.
faith.
That's not even true. Even from Christian tradition, that's not true. He
That
dies
John
of old
didn't
age.
get beheaded.
Nope. He dies of old age in Patmos in exile.
That's a different John, brother.
Nope.
That guy didn't get it good either. He got exiled.
Okay. Well, Christian tradition is that John the disciple was exiled over to Patmos and dies of old age.
Yeah, so he Revelations. I think it's the John you're talking about. I was talking about John the Baptist.
Well, okay. Well, John the Baptist
You're
isn't a
talking about-
disciple. You
You're
literally
talking
mentioned the
about
12 disciples.
Joshua's half brother.
He's
John.
not a half brother. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, yeah, I mean when your dad's God and then your brother's dad isn't God, that you're a half brother.
I don't even know what you're talking about. He doesn't have a brother named John. The brothers of Jesus, according to the Bible, are Simeon, Joseph, James, and I think there's one more, like a Jude or something.
I
Yeah,
think it's John.
it's
There's
not.
2 Johns.
No, it's Jude, Joseph, Simeon, and James.
Yeah, he Yeah, his mother had kids who followed him. I don't know which one. I think his
Cool.
name
Well,
was
you're just
John.
kind of making up shit too. So you very clearly never read the Bible, because it never says that he has a brother named John.
Well, it was fun talking to you, man. You
Sweet.
gotta dive in that word, brother. You gotta.
Cool. You've got to
there's
maybe
not too
figure out
much
how to
time
read
left,
it.
brother.
Sweet. Yeah. You've literally never read it. Yeah. You just had somebody who looks like a cowboy on TikTok tell you your religion better than you understand it. Fucking read a book, bitch.
He didn't have the word.
All right. We're going to go ahead and move on to somebody else. Let's see. Super chats, $2.79 Canadian from Serenity Serpent says, Happy Mental Health Wednesday, W Community Queef. Already on the board, guys. Already on the board. All right. $2.79 Canadian from Serenity Serpent said, There's a book, a website, and a Discord. It's chaos. It is chaos. Deconstructing Chaos is the name of the Discord that I am the most active in. And you can check it out. Serenity Serpent has that link there on YouTube. Lady Huggy, Elizabeth Heretics have the link on TikTok. I know that some people actually put that every once in a while. Aaron every once in a while put the link. You can check it out and you can join the Discord. The website is made by my friend Gray Eyes. It's called mythicism.web.app, and it goes over a lot of really cool stuff. A lot of really awesome information, talking about like the things that we talk about here on the show. Josephus, you can take a look at Tacitus, like what we were talking about there. There's stuff like Polycarp and the Gospels and all kinds of really fun things here. All kinds of really fun things. All kinds of stuff. Let's see. Oh, and yes, there is a book. There is a book, Christ Before Jesus. Christ Before Jesus is available. The link is in the link is on my TikTok bio, in the TikTok bio, or there on the YouTube profile. You can go check it out. Me and my co-author, what we do is we take a look at the Greek New Testament and use something called stellometry to help back up our theory that the 2nd century is when the New Testament is actually written. It's not written in the 1st century. And there are actually scholars, especially a bunch of modern scholars using data science and not using data science, that actually also agree there with us. So that's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. So check it out there. We talk about this kind of stuff and deal with, the idea that like James and Paul didn't exist, or James and Paul, Jesus and Paul. Well, James too, but Jesus and Paul never existed. And then $2 there from Elope Nope says, this is like defending a good night comic book. I don't even know what good night means. All that stuff. All right. Gretchen Z Boots, $3.11. It says, it's like you're running a weird queef cult. I don't know what the hell a queef cult is, and I feel like I'm probably in it. Yeah. Not fun. Not fun. Give me 1 second here. All right, sorry, I had to respond to a text there. Okay, so if anybody has any evidence for Jesus or Paul, please come up. I'd like to hear from you. The last guest, I believe, or he thought that, I guess you have, I don't know, like Jesus had a half brother named John. I don't know. I don't even know where he was coming from. I think he's kind of heard a bunch of stories that have been surrounding him his entire life, and he just kind of conflated all of them and decided to just regurgitate them here live on air. So I don't know. But if you've got any good evidence for Jesus or Paul, request up. The request button is right here or down here. If you're on TikTok, if you're on YouTube and you're watching, welcome in. The link to come up is in the chat. I take guests on TikTok. YouTube doesn't have the ability to take guests, but just click that link there. Come on up. If you don't have TikTok or don't want to, just send a super chat and I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. I promise. Even if you're just calling me a douchebag. There is somebody who's requesting up here. Let's see. John the Baptist wrote John Counter. What? So Michael Stellato.
What's going on, man?
Hey, what you got?
Nothing much. So just like I said, I come in here and I'm just doing more research for myself, kind of a deal. It's almost like a two-parter. If you can answer this one just for me, like help me out. It's in Jude 1:14-15, where he kind of talks about like
In
God
what?
coming in, and Jude 1:14-15.
All right. All right. We'll go ahead and pull this up here. Jude 1, 13 to 15, you said?
14 to
Oh,
15,
14 to
sorry.
15. Okay. What about it?
Where it just talks about like the Lord coming in and saving all these people. It's just
Mhm.
wouldn't that like talk about more of like a God who came into the world and did what he like? I don't know. I was told to read up on it, and I just wanted to see if you guys had, if you had any kind of talks back about it. I don't know. I was told to read it and get some kind of answer from it, and I don't know. I just really didn't get too much from it. I was just wondering if you had anything from that.
Let's see. It was also about these that Enoch and this. Yeah, it's just talking about it's quoting Enoch is what it's doing.
Okay. And then like
Yeah.
almost like a
So
second part
what's
of
your
that, like with
so what exactly
well
is the
like
question?
like
It's
with
just a
like
quote
so like
from the Book of Enoch.
yeah, so like well that's like kind of like a follow-up question to it was like how come the Christian church only does those 60 something books, but like the Ethiopian church has 80 something books? And like how come they're not like in the question with us, and do they provide any more evidence
It's
of
just
Jesus'
different
existence?
canons. That's all that it is.
Okay.
So some sects of Christianity just determine that certain things are canon and other things aren't. I've got a Catholic Bible right here, and it has a whole lot of fun texts in there that like your normal 66 chapter, like a King James version doesn't have or something like that. It's just
Right.
that there's just different versions. There's different translations, and they translated certain books and not others. It's just determining. They just the sect that does the actual translation, the sect that does the actual like version that you're reading,
Mm-hmm.
they pick which ones are canonical and which ones aren't, which ones they deem to be inspired, or which ones they deem to be just fluff. They just
Right.
they just pick it. Just pick
Now
and
like
choose. That's all that it is. Now the
another almost like
66 is just kind of common because it's just over time people just decided that the
that's what
King
they
James
use.
version, because it was super popular. That's the thing.
Right.
And you can tell that that's kind of how it works. Whenever we think of how many books are in the Bible, we generally say 66, to the point to where a lot of Catholic people don't even have like the extra, apocrypha shit and everything like that in their book. They generally will just have a Bible that has 66 because it's the most common by far. And that's how it works. Whenever something becomes popular, it becomes like the norm, the standard, if you will.
Right.
And because this was something that was authorized by a king and it was very popular, and it was in English, which was a language that was spoken pretty widely at the time. It's just something that stuck. That's
Right.
all
No,
that
I
it
hear
is.
you. And then like you said, it was just not canon enough for those other books to make it really into that one. Okay.
Oh well, it just whenever books were decided to be canon, it's decided whenever they are decided to be canon or be put in a canon, like canonical. They are determined by the sect that is putting it together. So the sect of Christianity that was over in Ethiopia decided, let's go ahead and accept as much as we fucking can.
Okay.
And while others have been like, yeah, let's be a little bit more picky or choosy or strict on what we're going to try to find.
Okay. Because I just wanted to know more on like why other people didn't take that into consideration. There's other books like Enoch and other stuff, and it's just I don't know. It's
some
weird.
do, some don't. It's just kind of
No,
how
I
it
hear you.
goes. Whoever was
no,
writing Jude definitely considered Enoch to be canon. So
Right. Well, that was like my question, because like they bring Jude into it and they can quote him, but they won't bring the rest of the book in. It was just I found that a little weird.
I've got a book somewhere. I don't know where the book is. But it actually goes over all of the lost books that are referenced or quoted from in the Bible and stuff. And there's quotes that are
A
just
bunch of them.
just random. Like
Yeah.
Enoch is one of the most popular, but it's a fairly common thing to find things in the Bible, especially the Old Testament. It'll say things like in the book of like in the book of king and not kings, but in the book of generals or something like that, or a book of war or something. Like it'll reference some other book that we don't have, and it just kind of talks about it. It's just that's how it goes.
Okay. Another like stupid question before I go, because I do got to go back to work soon. Like you ever hear like that saying, like the winners of history write the books, kind of a deal?
Yeah.
Like, do you think ever, from the 1st century to the 4th century, when the Romans took in, or whatever it was, the Christian religion, do you think, those 400 years, someone went into those books and possibly, I don't know, changed up some things? They, oh, this one word can mislead a bunch of people, and that's what was eventually brought down into like what we see now, and then that's like what we call the Bible. But I don't know, just
I mean, edits are made, definitely. It's just, I mean, it's not so much that someone went in and changed a lot of things to it. I mean, it's possible, but I don't think that that's the case, because we do have manuscripts that date potentially, quite a bit earlier than when the Roman government itself becomes involved with the religion. But it's more that once the government gets involved, the winner, which is Christianity there, because it becomes the official religion there of the empire,
eventually.
the winner becomes bigger. It becomes the main thing. It gets to bully everybody else out of the space, out of the religious space. It's not so much that, oh, hey, they won, so they get to rewrite it. No, well, I mean, they do, but it's more just they won, so they're the
This
one
is
that
now more popular.
it's now more popular. It's the one that's everywhere. It's the one that's being
Right.
pushed the most. So, I mean, people come up here a lot and they'll say, oh, hey, there's all these people on the planet that believe this. And it's like, I don't care. Like, that's a really dumb argument because of just how history works, about how anything spreads. I mean, does that, and I actually made a point yesterday. Someone had told me, well, my grandmother or their relative or something, my grandmother told me that the reason that she believes is because it's the biggest religion. And it's like, okay, does that mean that if Islam passes it in total population, does that mean she's just going to switch?
Right.
Like that's dumb as shit.
I hear you. No, I was just like, I was putting that like in the conclusion of, I think you said, for example, when Jesus was crucified, and I think it says Luke or John was still in court at noon, but then at 9 a.m. Like, by any chance, do you think like someone messed up rewriting text and go, oh well, let's just fuck up that situation right there, and you know what I mean, and hopefully that'll like contradict the future generations of misbelieving, kind of a deal.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is, well, I think you pretty much nailed it. I mean, I was going to say something that was slightly different, but no, I'd go ahead and agree with you.
Okay. All right. That's just a lot of more thinking to do. All right. I'll do some more research. Thanks, brother.
All right. Not a problem. Thanks for coming up,
Yes,
man.
sir.
Let's see. That was Michael Stellato. Anyways, I'd like to point out this is kind of a fun Wikipedia page to kind of take a look at. This is for the Agrapha. This is really interesting texts or claims or quotes. So it's sayings, not discourses, of Jesus, and not in the canonical Gospels. All right? Not in the canonical Gospels. And it's really weird stuff. All right? They have to be sayings of Jesus. The Agrapha are not sayings found in religious romances such as those found in apocryphal Gospels, the apocryphal Acts, or a letter of Christ to Abgar, that kind of thing. Actually, sayings of Jesus. And here's an example of one. In the New Testament, Acts 20, verse 35 says, remember the word of Lord Jesus, how he said, it is more blessed thing to give rather than to receive. That's not a quote from Jesus. It's literally never found in the Gospels. That doesn't make any sense. No one knows where that came from. They just say it. There's only one instance of it in the actual, like in the canon. There's some church orders there. There's some patristic citations, like Clement of Rome says some stuff, Polycarp says some stuff, Papias says some stuff, which doesn't make any sense. Like, how are you getting this kind of information? Justin Martyr, Clement of Alexandria, Origen. This doesn't even make any sense. Origen is writing in the just about the mid 3rd century. Like, what are you talking about? Now, it's saying in the Gospel of Thomas is saying 82 as well, but like he's pulling from something that's not even canonical. Like, that's really weird. Right here, there's multiple from Clement of Alexandria. Clement of Alexandria, he's born in 150, dies in 215. He didn't know anybody. He didn't know Jesus. What are you talking about? He didn't know anybody who knew Jesus. Couldn't possibly have known anybody who knew Jesus. But he has these quotes from Jesus that aren't in the canonical Gospels. That's really weird. It's like they're still making shit up. $4.99 there from Robert Dubord, 2620. There on YouTube says, hey, and then waved. Hi. I was raised Catholic and now atheist. Gross. It took me a while to realize I was in a cult. Only thought it was reserved for others. Oh, like the word cult? The word cult? Yeah, so I've heard people say the difference between a religion and a cult is the size, or the difference between a religion and a cult is the marketing, that kind of thing. I've also heard that the difference between a religion and a cult is the snacks that they serve. But the point is, like, yeah, I feel like, to be honest, a cult is... So Christianity was a cult at the beginning, definitely. Or mystery cult is what they're generally called. But I guess it's more of a cult. I guess. Like, you could... It just kind of depends on your definition, really. But yeah, I get what you're saying. You're part of a group that is more or less trying to brainwash you into something that they're not providing any evidence for, but they expect for you to just believe it because. And so I can definitely understand how somebody would say, yeah, that's a cult. Most Christians, especially in like America and whatnot, or the Western world, we see that they have the ability to leave their religion. So as a result, we generally don't say that they're in a cult, really? Not really, because you can leave without that much of a backlash, but you do tend to lose some of the relationships that you have. So you could maybe say that that's kind of like a community like ostracizing you or something like that. I mean, it's not like you're banished from the community or something generally, but you can. It just kind of depends. There's definitely cults within Christianity. Absolutely. I've got a good friend on here, or at least I call her a friend, named Bree, who has a live every once in a while. Well, she'll actually talk about how she left a Christian cult, and yeah, it's like the I can't remember what she calls it. It's the Gothard one. It's the one with the fucking Duggar family. ICP. I don't know. I'll just go with ICP. She left ICP, the Insane Clown Posse cult. She's always doing lives and saying something. I don't know. It's mouse for whoop whoop, whatever the hell that means. But the point is, yeah, there's definitely cults within Christianity, but Christianity as itself, like in general, it's kind of tough. The IBLP. I'm pretty sure that's what one half of Run the Jewels said whenever he met Killer Mike. I'm trying. All right. Let's see. If anybody's got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, I want to hear from you. Somebody's got to at least get that joke. Somebody. Okay. Thank you. Somebody's got it. You didn't understand it. You still gave it 2 out of 10. Run the Jewels reference. There we go. All right. Bree is great. Bree is great. Bree is great. Bree is great. Yeah. Oh, the band. I wouldn't call Run the Jewels a band. Yeah. Anyways, but yes, the IBLP, she got away from it. So all right. All right, listen. So her live, and this is going to get playfully anti-Brie here. Playfully. It's just a little bit of a ribbing. A little bit of a ribbing. For our pleasure. So so the point is, whenever she says I escaped a cult, I know that it's not like this, but like I imagine her like climbing like some like barbed wire fence or something, like escaping like a compound or something. Like some like or like digging a hole or something. Like which is like a mouse. Oh my god, guys. I need a I need like a short comic book style story of Bree the mouse, or just Bree, I guess. It's kind of redundant to say that, but Bree leaving a cult like compound. That's all I'm saying. Bree goes west there from grass. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Bree on an adventure. Bree escaping Shawshank. Yeah, it's like that. It's like that. That's what I picture whenever she's like, I escaped a cult. I'm like, damn. And then she's like, yeah, I just kind of fucking left. And I'm like, oh. All right. Well, I mean, I'm not trying to diminish all the things that you have been through. Not at all. Because I haven't gone through it. Also, even if I had gone through it, I'm a fucking cis straight male. I'm a dude. So, like, I'm still not going to have the same kind of, like actual events and things happen to me and mental horrors done to me that you actually had to endure. So I am not saying that it is, I'm not trying to diminish it. I'm just saying if there had been like a motorcycle jump somewhere in the story, it'd be a lot cooler. And for anybody who got that reference, you guys know movies. That's all I'm saying. All right. All right. Let's see. It was just a Corvette. Yeah, escape me. Yeah. I mean, it's still an escape. It's still an escape. It's just I'm thinking like a physical. Like, anyways. All right. Steve McQueen for the win. There it is. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, the Great Escape. That was a great. I didn't know that it was going to happen. I'd never heard of it or whatever, and then I saw it in the movie. I was like, "Damn! Did somebody do that jump? That's insane." All right, $10 there from Mateo Potato. It says cult can be a nebulous term. A friend who left a Orthodox Jewish Hasidic cult turned me onto the BITE model when a group controls your behavior, information, thought, and emotions. Yes. Yes. That makes sense. That can absolutely be a cult. That's a particular model. That's a particular definition of cult. And I get it. I'm not going to be opposed to the concept of like Christianity or any religion being a cult. I'm not going to be opposed to it. The only concern of mine is if we say cult when we apply to like massive worldwide religions, that generally there's tons of different sects and whatnot. I feel like that might potentially diminish the actual cult that someone could have left, like the meaning of the word when it applies to, like, for instance, the IBLP or something like that. But yeah, but nevertheless, yeah, BITE model's pretty good, definitely. I'm not opposed to calling the religion a cult. Not opposed to it. I just don't want to water down Like what Bree had to endure. I understand that she had to endure some crazy stuff. Definitely. Let's see. GRPA there on TikTok says, "Are you serious? You need to get out Meyer." I guess, yeah, the O and the I are next to each other, so you need to practice typing Meyer. I try that.
You done messed up, Aaron.
Using the ultimate punch. All right. We've got Aaron up here. And then a little what's with the watermelon?
What?
You have a watermelon in your name.
Yeah. Free Palestine. What? I've always had a watermelon in my name.
That means that? I thought it was just a watermelon.
Yes.
Oh.
No, it's for Palestine.
Do they have watermelons in Palestine? Is that a thing? I don't know what's going on. Oh, it's
Colors.
the color? Oh, the color?
Yeah. It for a long time there, the word was banned on TikTok. You couldn't say it or type it, and so they chose watermelon as a way to get around the bans. They had to do it on Twitter. They had to do it. Yeah, it's. Yep.
Didn't know.
Just want to let you know the sounds other than you are really quiet on YouTube. Like the guests are, even when a guest is loud on TikTok, you can barely hear them on YouTube compared to you.
Yeah, I gotta turn up the volume there for him.
Yeah. Okay. I was.
Yeah. Well, I had the volume down
in between
a
the
little
bigotry, we're getting complaints. I don't really care that much, but
Yeah, well, I had to turn down the volume because there was somebody who was really loud the last time, yesterday. So.
Oh yeah. I remember.
Yeah, so I had to kind of adjust it, but yeah, should be good now. Should be good. I turned it up.
Cool. Thanks. Also, you complain if we say bye and call us Gen X. I mean, I am Gen X, but you complain if we say bye, but if I queef and leave, you get annoyed.
Well, that was worse. You do understand that I'm going to consider that to be much worse. It's just, okay. Well.
Yeah!
All right. There it is. All right. If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Over there on TikTok, look, there's 313 people in the TikTok chat. There's 325 people over there on YouTube. Somebody's got to have some evidence for Jesus or Paul. Maybe even somebody's going to be able to explain why the IBLP isn't a cult. It totally is. But somebody's got to have some evidence. Somebody's got to. And I'm looking for it. We've got Ian is that John Cena as Chairman Mao?
Yes, it is. And I'd like to argue Joe Queefus. How do I leave this thing?
I was going to let him sit here in his shame. Bean chillin'. When I was a kid, my mom told me that I should be a lawyer. Go to law school. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry. All right. $5 non-refundable. Well, okay. From a person named non-refundable on TikTok. They said, if there is no God, we're not talking about God, but interesting start. Please continue. If there's no God, who says what's right or wrong, good or evil? Us germs that evolved? Yeah. If there is no God, just do what it takes to survive right? No. I mean, look, I don't talk a lot about morals or morality, but I can definitely tell you that it doesn't really matter how true to the story you are. If you think that the Bible or the God of the Bible is where you get morals, that's really dumb. If you're someone who takes the Bible literally, then there is this concept of God didn't say anything about how you shouldn't murder people until after the Israelites left Egypt, which doesn't make sense. There wouldn't be an Egypt if they didn't have those rules. So clearly they had those rules before God ever gave them to them. Also, if you don't take the Bible literally and you just say, oh, well, the God of the Bible is at least where I get my morals. Cool. Well, you're able to look at the Bible and you're able to determine what parts are good and what parts are bad. We know this. Yeah, I mean, no shit. I mean, even the writers of the New Testament were able to go in and determine which parts of the Old Testament were good or bad, because sometimes they could actually like contradict it and they could butt up against it and say, we're actually going to change that now. All right. Because some of the things Jesus apparently changed, and some of them he apparently didn't. A lot of them. Like a lot. But here's where I'm going. If you're able to take a look at the Old Testament and determine that's a good thing or that's a bad thing, or I would do this or I wouldn't do this, or this is good or that's evil, that means you already have a moral compass that you are using before ever looking at the Bible. You already know what's good and bad before ever looking at it. So you're not getting it from there if you're able to determine it. If you already have the ruler, you don't need to make another ruler out of using your ruler. Like, that's dumb. It's like saying, oh, hey, I've got this ruler and I want to measure that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make another ruler out of this piece of paper. Then I'm going to use a paper to measure. Why? You already have a ruler, man. All right. Jesus. I'm not, I don't know. It kind of looks like the word guitar, but I don't think it is. It's in Hebrew.
Yeah. What's up, bro?
Yeah, what you got?
How you doing, man? I have a question for you, right? I wouldn't say I disagree with the prompt. I just want to understand your paradigm. Like, how do you get the conclusion?
How did I what? How did I get to the conclusion? Is that what you said? You still there?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now. But did you say how did you get to that conclusion?
Yeah, okay.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Because I'm taking the stories that are in the New Testament, the natural ones, not the supernatural ones, and lining it up with what we know about like the first century from like a Jewish theology standpoint, from a geographical standpoint, like from maps and stuff like that. Taking a look from archaeological standpoint, a contemporary standpoint, and seeing that it doesn't line up with what we know about the first century.
Well, for example, how do you like deal with Jewish historians from the time that mention Jesus, such as Josephus and other accounts that talk about Jesus? Hello?
Easily. Josephus is interpolated into by Eusebius, writing a little over 200 years after the death of Josephus.
200 years after the death? No, what? What are you talking about?
A little over 200 years after the death of Josephus, a Christian historian who is literally paid by or commissioned by Constantine to write a history for the church, and an admitted liar, Eusebius claims that Josephus wrote the Testimonium Flavianum found in Antiquities of the Jews, Book 18, Chapter 3, Section 3, the paragraph that talks about Jesus and Pilate and crucifixion and miracles and resurrection, disciples, Christians, everything. So this is interpolated into, it's added later.
But there are many, I know this specific paragraph is like very controversial, but there are many paragraphs that Josephus mentions him, right? No. That's what I, no, that's the only one?
No, the only other one that people point to is talking about, literally in the paragraph, it says Jesus, son of Damnius, who becomes high priest in the early 60s. But I don't There's literally no other. I mean, there's other people named Jesus, but they're just later on in the story, like a guy who dies of a like overdose of a Roman catapult in 70. But other than that, I don't know who you'd probably be talking about.
So can you like refer to which specific stories you're saying that the existence of Jesus like doesn't line up with?
Yeah, I mean, like when Josephus talks about Pilate, he talks about him as a very ruthless person who would not give in to the mob at all and had no problem unaliving people who were shouting things against him. But apparently, in the stories of the Gospels, Pilate gives in to a mob, and on top of that, has some kind of right or some kind of like tradition where every year he just releases up to enemies of the state, like like just rebel fighters in exchange for crucifying an innocent person. I mean, it's silly.
So like what you proved is that the Bible could be wrong about like the details, but the existence of the person Pilate is not like
Well, Pilate
under
is a real
debate, right?
person. Yeah, Pilate is a real
Yeah, right.
person. We know that Pilate's a real person because two contemporaries of him talk about him, and we have archaeological evidence of him. There's a stone that dates to the time of Tiberius that he served under that mentions him in his government possession. So he's a real dude.
So yeah, the question is like, what stories specifically like contradict the existence of Jesus, for example?
Like not only Pilate's like actual behavior, but straight up one of the gospels says that Jesus is born in 6 CE at earliest, which is the census of Quirinius. This is the Gospel of Luke, and says that Jesus starts his ministry at the age of 30. If he continues on, like the other gospels say, for at least 3 Passovers, so that would be 3 years. So he died at roughly the age 33, which would be around the year 39. Pilate was dismissed in 36, so he couldn't have even been crucified by Pilate, according to the Gospel of Luke. So, I mean, it's really bad, dude.
I get what you're saying. So like Pilate crucified him at the year 36, and he died.
No, Pilate is dismissed in 36.
Dismissed in 36.
Yeah, so he's not there.
Oh, okay, what's
so,
the
but
contradiction?
the problem is the Gospel of Luke tries to say that Jesus died, or it would have put Jesus' death somewhere around 39.
And what does that have to do with Pilate? So then,
because Pilate can't do it if he's not there.
Oh, so like the gospel claimed that Pilate did it, and
all gospels claim that Pilate did it,
and he was like dismissed before. I get it. I know I'm gonna actually look it up because I actually I'm not Christian. I was just wondering like how did you come to that conclusion? Because it's an interesting claim. I've never heard this before. So yeah, thank you, man.
Not a problem. Enjoy your time. I guess sounds like you're in a giant bird cage or something. I don't know where he's at. Sounds like he's at the zoo or something. All right. Whenever I think of the word birdcage, I think of 2 movies. Number 1, The Birdcage. Number 2, I think of Jurassic Park 3, where they're just walking and they're like, this is a birdcage. And then you see them fucking like the whatever, the pterosaurs or whatever they are. It's fucking horrifying. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Yeah, The Birdcage is a good movie there, Mike. All right. Yeah, yes, terrifying with a P. All right. CHXNTZ59 there on TikTok said, just get a job, gang. I do. If you'd like to know what my job is, ask your mom after she comes home tomorrow morning. Bree says, hiya. I don't actually think of Bird Box. I think of Birdcage, The Birdcage, and then Jurassic Park 3. I don't know what that is. Bree says, that wasn't for you. Well, is someone saying... Then why'd you just comment it? Why did... Bree? Here, I'll play a song for Bree. Okay, never mind. Okay. Well, yeah. Alfred Hitchcock movie, The Birds. That's pretty good. All right. If anybody has any evidence for Jesus or Paul, I want to hear from you. Come on up. Jacqueline Duarte, there in the chat. I'm not even really sure what she's made 3 comments. One comment says our identity is seen. Our identity is sin. And then another comment, when logic begins, faith ends. Okay. And then your next comment was Yeshua loves you. I don't understand what you're talking about. Ridiculous. Okay. All right. The middle one I agree with. Yeah. It's like they said something like Christian and then non-Christian and then Christian again. I don't know why. I think they're just all over the place. See, I'm playing both sides. That way I can always come out on top. All right. Bofa. Yeah, there it is. Bofa. Speaking of old lumps of coal.
I have to tell you what I just did. Oh my God. Okay. So you know that there's a 14-year-old boy trapped in this head of mine, right? Like my mind is like, it's
this
terrible.
Is literally the worst possible start to a conversation that you could possibly.
I have to tell you what I just fucking did, and I had to preface it with
you're
that.
not making it better. You're making it worse. Just
I was just in Zach's live, and he was talking about how he had to go talk to his AC guy, and he kept saying unit, and I was like, fucking unit, you're killing me. And he's like, he had to service my unit. And then I was like saying all these fucking perverted things, and then he goes, yeah, I really like my AC guy, like his wife died last year and he's like so sad and all this stuff. I'm like, fuck, dude. I'm like in his comments like talking about unit, and then he's talking about how this dude's wife died, and I'm like, oh my God, Jared needs to know about this immediately, because So
and the way you decided to share this information with me was in front of 341 people on TikTok, 325 people on YouTube, and God Almighty himself. You decided to come up here and say, I need to tell you what I just did. Oh my God, I've got a 14-year-old boy in my head.
I'm a nun, and I needed to confess my sins.
That's not public.
Well, I knew if I video or voice noted you that you wouldn't get it until after you were done, and by then it would have been too late. It was too fresh in my mind.
To save the 14-year-old boy.
I just mean that I have a dirty mind. You know what that means. You know. I can't help myself.
I know. I am in a group chat.
Read the room,
now.
Christina. Read the room.
All right.
I know. All right.
Speaking
that
of
was
which,
all.
this group chat
yes.
will eventually culminate in something that is going to be a lot of fun. So make sure you're following Christina the Godless. Make sure you're following the backup account here for Christ Before Jesus. And if you happen to see Matthew Britt every once in a while around here on TikTok, make sure to follow him too, because we're going to have some pretty fun coverage. In fact, if you liked this fuck off conversation there from Christina, then you're going to love... If you like Pornhub, look, you're gonna love the live that we've got coming up. So make sure that you're following Christina the Godless. Make sure you're following, and do it fast, because the way she's going, She might catch a yellow fruit here on TikTok before long.
Fuck.
So do it quick.
Okay.
But
Can
that's
you
Christina
lever
the
me?
Goddess. Oh, yes.
Pull the lever, Gronk.
All right. Randy Fitz says, Jesus needs to hurry up and come in me. Oh, my God. All right. Let's see here. Ezekiel or something? Ezekiel Lewis? Yeah, that's not how you spell Ezekiel, though. Said, I will always believe in Jesus no matter what. Yeah, that means you're an idiot. No one, I repeat, no one, and then you just put a 1, so apparently 1, can't change my mind. No one can't change your mind? So so everyone can change your mind? What? All right. Shauna the Blurred. I feel like I just said a slur or something like that. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Shauna the Blurred says, my favorite show is on. Well, thank you very much. I don't know if that's how you're supposed to pronounce it. I have no idea. $5 there, a super chat there from Jeremiah 1772 says, really quick, and they highlighted the QU. Just curious where, highlighted the 2 E's, you got your Serapis from, highlighted the F. Thanks. So Matthew actually got me this. He actually ordered it all the way from Alexandria. It's a library in, Alexandria. So it's pretty cool. It's made out of rock, kind of heavy. It actually doubles as home protection, depending on how hard you can throw. A library in Alexandria. Just any library, not the library. It's a library. And also, no, I'm not going to give that to you because I see what you did. I respect that, but no, I technically didn't have to say the word, so we're good. Yeah, it was fairly genius. Yeah. Miscellaneous Religion says, I can understand Jesus' mythicism slightly, but Paul mythicism is pseudo-history. All right, let's talk about it. That is Miscellaneous Religion. I just sent you an invite there. Let's see. Come on up. That's Miscellaneous Religion. Hopefully they're able to come up and give some evidence for Paul. And they rejected the first invite. It's kind of weird. Just come on up here. If you think that Jesus or Paul existed, request up. If you're on YouTube, click the link in the chat. I take guests on TikTok. If you don't have a TikTok, send a super chat and I will read it. Even if you give me evidence for Jesus on there or just want to call me a douchebag or something. Yeah, Miscellaneous Religion, for some reason, is not accepting the invite to come up and give evidence for Jesus or Paul. It's really weird. No, Holy Gord, not at all, actually. Don't fucking do that. We need stiffy mode immediately. Quick shout out to anybody who is a subscriber on TikTok or a member on YouTube. We have a video coming up. Matthew and I, yesterday, my co-author, we went over every 1-star review we have on Amazon. We went over all of them. And we're going to start putting up the videos there of us responding to these 1-star reviews. And now, of course, 1-star reviews are never really truly 1 star. It's just somebody just being butthurt. 2-star reviews are really probably, in my opinion, more accurate when it comes to like criticisms and stuff. But we're going to take a look at that one as well. We're going to be filming that here before too terribly long, all the 2-star reviews. But we went through all the 1-star reviews, so it'll be a lot of fun. It'll be a lot of fun. We're going to see how that goes. We'll see how it goes.
I'm excited for it.
This is Joel Reads Bible, everybody, and also
Joel Reads
YouTube.
Bible's here.
Yeah, Joel Reads Bible. Joel Reads Bible is here. Do I have a sound for Joel Reads Bible? I think so.
Let me show my followers that I'm on. I fucking hate it. I don't.
Actually, I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button and I accidentally disconnected him. I'm going to invite him back up. Okay, go back up.
Don't parlez-vous français.
You do speak French, right? Like you can, right?
No.
Like at all?
No, I just did. No.
Well,
bonjour. If somebody were to like speak French at me, I would not know at all what they were saying. I do not.
You don't have
French.
any family members that speak French?
We are not. We are Canadian. We are not French Canadian. Like Canadians are not French people.
Yeah, I know.
We have one province full of the fucking francophones.
I know, but it's just a matter of like communicating with them. I thought maybe
you don't want to. You don't want to.
Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, it's not like I have to communicate with people from Louisiana, nor do I want to communicate with people from Louisiana.
So you don't have to learn their what it's called dialectic.
Wait, hold up. Do you have counties in all of Canada, or are they all like? Do you have counties?
Well, we do have counties, but it's not like we do like they're all sorts of interchangeable terms. We have regions, we have counties, we have, and then like instead of states, we have provinces or territories. We have all this stuff: towns, villages, cities. It's always different.
We even have humans, believe it or not.
We have people.
Yeah. Well,
but like
how like Louisiana does it, right? Like, have you heard? Have any idea about that?
Maybe no.
Like
I don't know what you're
literally
referencing.
49 states. In 49 states, there are counties. Like it's like this is the county that this city is in. All right.
Yeah.
But in Louisiana, they don't have counties; they have parishes.
Oh, geez.
Like it's just
that's very Christian.
It's really weird, but I associate that with like French behavior because like they're just like, oh yeah, we're fucking different here. We're fucking Cajun.
They're parishes, all of our parishes. Yeah, we have regions and counties. I think of county as an American thing. Like, oh, come on down to the whatever county. I think of that. So I think of things in terms of regions. But
it's probably the most offensive thing that I've ever heard Joel Reads Bible ever say, actually. And I've heard him say some fucked up shit.
I've crossed lines, so I don't know what you're talking about. But I do have a talking point today.
Okay.
And I was in a Christian live last night, and we were talking about Ignatius. And I guess I learned, is this you might want to
No, go ahead. They can wait.
So apparently Ignatius wrote a bunch of letters in like 107, like they're dated to around 107. Is that true? Is that what you've got?
No. So if you want to point people to like a scholar instead of like just some guy who wears a cowboy hat on TikTok and lives in a county.
I never want to point anyone to anyone other than you.
Oh, okay. Well, then there's that. But okay. So we would date Ignatius to sometime around 150, sometime in there, 140s, 150s, maybe at earliest, the actual writings. So M. David Litva actually dates Ignatius to, I think, either 150 or 170, believe it or not. We don't have anything about it until much later. Irenaeus is the first to quote from anything from Ignatius, and he doesn't even name him. He says a certain man of ours, and that is probably because we actually see a connection pretty easily, and other scholars have actually pointed this out as well, between Ignatius and a guy named Peregrinus Proteus, who died in 165. So, yeah. So it must be the same. Some scholars have said that it's possible it's
because
the
guy that they lit on fire.
Yeah, Ignatius. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he actually lit himself on fire.
Praegrians and Progrius. Is that the same thing? Is that what the reference is?
Yes, Progresso soup. Yes.
Yeah. So interesting. So I should have looked that up because I took it for granted that they were being honest. But
the reason
is
why
there
they
scholarship
say
that says 107?
Yeah. Well, kind of. The reason why they say that is because Eusebius says that Ignatius died in like 108, 110, somewhere in there. So people say that he must have written right there before he died or something like that. But there's no evidence of that. In fact, Eusebius, there are multiple scholars who said that Eusebius is probably just doing that because he's got some theological motivation to do so. No modern historian who doesn't just take Eusebius' word for it puts the date of Ignatius' death anywhere close to that. They typically put it anywhere from like 140 to 160. And of course, if you think it's Peregrinus Proteus, then it's 165. But yeah, modern historians do not say it's 110 that he dies. That's just a claim from Eusebius. And so it's like working back, like if you accept what the church says about when he dies, then you'd have to say that he wrote before he dies, obviously.
Right.
So it just
why would
upon a shaky
I wonder
claim.
why Eusebius would lie about that? Like what
Because,
would be the motivation?
So scholars have actually talked a little bit about this, believe it or not. They say that he has a theological motivation to do it because he's trying to kind of bridge that gap between the supposed death of Jesus and the supposed death of like the disciples and stuff like that, and then Ignatius. He's trying to connect Ignatius. He's trying to put Ignatius early enough to be able to know the disciples personally.
Kind of the apostolic succession thing.
Yes.
We were talking about this, and just because you might have a thought on this. So they were saying that Ignatius' letters quotes Matthew by name. Like he references Matthew, a proper reference. And so I was like, well, if he's that early, then that would be a good argument to say that Matthew is written probably in the first century.
No.
Does not explicitly. What the fuck? These liars!
Yeah, you just got lied to. Ignatius definitely doesn't do that. The first person to mention Matthew at best would be Papias, but that's only through Irenaeus or Eusebius.
This is the reason why I believed it, like without even questioning, and it was because they were discussing amongst themselves. So the one Christian was like, well, he mentions Matthew, he quotes Matthew, and he like references Matthew, and they were like, yeah, but he does a quote that's like from John, like that ends up in John, but he doesn't reference John.
He doesn't reference like, any of the Gospels.
That's what's crazy. Why are they arguing this then? So
so what they're doing is they're saying, hey, this line that a Christian says is obviously taken from this gospel. And in their head, that's because the Gospels come early, so therefore they must be quoting this, even though they don't say
right.
that.
But Jaron, he's saying there was a difference between the quote of John and the quote from Matthew. He goes, the quote from Matthew has the reference, but the quote from John doesn't, and that's why he was saying the quote from John wasn't. And I'm like, what are you guys talking? Like now, I'm like, what were they talking about? What kind of hallucination were they having? And then what I brought up, I go, well, if that was written in 107 and he doesn't reference John's book, but he referenced Matthew's book, maybe John was written after and they actually took it from Ignatius.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was giving them, like I was kind of making their dating insecure because they want John to be way earlier. When do you date John to?
John, we date to about 160 or so, 160, 165, somewhere in there.
Right. So even with this, even with the later Ignatius, John could have just taken from Ignatius. Who knows, right? Like they could just like inform each other.
Yeah, absolutely. See, that's what we have kind of discussed a little bit on the live, and Matthew and I know we've discussed that as well, is whenever you see a Christian church father mentioning something that sounds like a verse in the New Testament or a verse in the Gospels or something similar to that concept, but not quoting it and not saying this is where I got it, it's possible that that's because they're just talking about a concept that Christians just believe, and it makes its way into a gospel later on. That's how that works. I mean,
that's interesting.
That's like to say, like Joseph Smith came up with the idea of Jewish people coming over to America and their descendants are the Native Americans. No, we can actually see where he got that idea because that was a fairly common-ish, not common, but like it was a weird like folk rumor or something like
Like
that, or
something
folk
in the
tale in
zeitgeist.
that area of New York. People just kind of said dumb shit like that, and we can see that multiple people had that thought. Multiple people talked about those kind of concepts at the same time as him, and so he's putting it down in a book. And it's not that they're copying him, and it's not necessarily that he's copying them. It's the fact that this is just kind of
An
believed.
idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Well, that's all I was thinking about, because I had that conversation and I was like, this is weird, just weird stuff, and it was fun to bicker about it a little bit. But I guess the button on it is kind of the idea that there were all these people kind of floating around at the same time when Christian was this burgeoning cult, and they all contributed to all of the texts.
Yeah. Right here, this is M. David Litva rejects the traditional early 2nd century date for Ignatius of Antioch, 107 and 110, instead arguing that the letters originate from a writing period in Asia Minor between 165 and 175 or later in the mid-2nd century. That is really fucking late.
That's
really late.
Such a hard thing.
It's based on internal evidence. Based on internal evidence, he notes the author worked in Asia Minor between 165 and 175, reflecting a period much closer to the mid-2nd century period and beyond.
Yeah, you'd have to like really show that evidence. Because when I was there, like, you know, the whoever it was, the Christian was like, you know, why would you believe these modern scholars and not church fathers? And of course I was like, well, they're starting a cult, you know. Cult people lie.
Why would you believe these people who say the Book of Mormon isn't true when Joseph
That's
Smith
exactly
himself
what I
said it
brought up.
was?
That's exactly what I brought up. But like, I was like, yeah, people that start cults lie. But it's interesting that, you know, because her argument was like the apostolic succession. So to bring up Eusebius only put Ignatius there so that they could convince you of that. You know, like that's the whole game. That's exactly what they want you to believe, right? I mean, it sounds conspiratorial, but it is not that crazy.
I think a lot of people are really quick to point to, and rightfully so for some mythicists, a lot of mythicists, to be honest. But they're quick to point to mythicism, or they're quick to point to these people who are questioning the church's authority or this apostolic succession or the early church fathers, that kind of shit. They're quick to point to them as like conspiratorial and say, oh, it's just a conspiracy theory that you say that, you know, all these different church fathers would lie and stuff. And it's like, yeah, not really. Like you just said, like cult leaders lie all the time. Why would this be any different? But when you have scholars that are literally looking at the internal content of these letters and saying, based off of this content, we are seeing later dates, I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's just how that works.
It's you just got to go, what is the evidence? What you say all the time is like, what is the evidence? Let's actually look at that. We're not going to appeal to Litwa or whatever, but we can look at his evidence. And
the ones that he points to.
Yeah, and say, is that making sense? And then we just won't believe people that are dead that probably did have a motivation to do the things that they did. Like, why wouldn't we assume that? But it is interesting to me that like Ignatius is almost like another Paul. Like they're all just guys that are.
Yeah.
If I know that
literally writing to
Paul
different
doesn't
cities.
exist, but yeah, they're all doing. And that was another thing that I brought up to these guys because they all want to say that their church is the original church, and you know that's why they're allowed to have the authority or whatever. But I'm like, well, even you know the disagreement between James and Paul when it came to eating of the sacrifices. The sacrifice to other gods. I was just like, you know, that's like an indicator of at least two different denominations already. You've got like your Jerusalem Jewish version of the cult, and then you've got your Paul Greece sort of like he's around the Grecian area, right? The Gentile version of the cult, right? There's like at the very beginning of this thing, And then if we go to like Marcion and like these other guys that are complete heretics now, and Gnosticism, and if we like fold all that in, there's like a shitload of denominations right at the beginning of this thing. There's never been one church. It's just like the church that won claims that they are the one. Like that's all it is.
And
history is written by the victor.
What's funny is that you don't see these different sects of Christianity until the 2nd century. Like pretty much immediately, like before Joseph Smith died. I think I may have seen this here. Different, let's see. So if you take a quick look at, let me see if I can pull this up. Hopefully this image will pull up in a way that will be nice here to me.
By the way, guys, thank you for all the birthday greetings. It is not my birthday. It's nowhere near my birthday.
You are absolutely an asshole.
Why am I an asshole? I don't know what they're doing.
You sent everybody in here to say happy birthday to me. My birthday was literally less than a month ago.
That's not true, Jared. They're lying.
Okay, look at this.
They're lying. I never did that.
So this is a timeline of all of...
Fucking chat.
This is a timeline of all the different denominations of Mormonism. And these
Holy
right here...
shit.
These right here are all before he dies.
Oh my goodness.
Joseph Smith dies in 1844. All right. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, all before he dies. There's 9 denominations of the religion, and the founder is still alive.
That's wild.
So to see like all these early church fathers say, like there's straight up some that said the gospel message was pure from Jesus all the way until Marcion fucked it up, is what they say. You mean to tell me that there are 12 disciples that go into different parts of the world and just never have any split on their religion or anything like that for over 100 years, and then finally someone else comes in and says, maybe there's this other God, and people are like, like what? No, like I think it's absolutely ridiculous. Because it's not even, I think it is absolutely ridiculous to assume that a religion, any religion, would be pure like that for so long, even after the death of the founder, 100 years after the death of the founder.
Well, you'd have to believe it's supernatural. That's the trick.
Yeah, if you do that, but still.
You know, if you believe in magic, then that's actually that's going to become an argument for the magic. So be careful. Yeah, Christianity was pure. That's how we know it's real. But the thing is that, like,
really quick, just to kind of
go ahead.
Final nail in the coffin here for Ignatius. There's an entire, this is the actual like Wikipedia page for Ignatius himself. There's an entire section that goes over the parallels with Peregrinus Proteus, or as you called him, was it progressive insurance? The point is, right here it goes over a ton of different stuff that is from scholars who are saying it is a possibility that this guy actually was Peregrinus Proteus, or Peregrinus Proteus was Ignatius. Like it's the same thing. But interestingly enough, we have 3 accounts of Peregrinus Proteus, not just from Lucian. We have 2 other accounts using that name. We only have the Christians who call him Ignatius, and not until the 3rd century. The first time they quote him, they say a certain man of ours, because Peregrinus he had been a Christian. He got kicked out of Christianity. So it makes sense that the first time that they quote him, they say a certain man of ours without actually giving him a name.
So it's like they want to use his shit, but they don't want to give him credit because he's been excommunicated. And so that's so interesting. So nobody likes Peregrine Proteus.
Proteus, yeah. No, well, they don't like him. And Lucian says that he just kind of, he says, I believe. Like, it's interesting that, like, he'll say all this stuff, like, as a matter of fact kind of thing. But then every once in a while he'll say, this is my opinion, or this is what I've heard. So it kind of, the dichotomy there really helps kind of narrow down whether or not this is a true story or not. But the point is, he says, I believe, I'm pretty sure that it was, or I've heard that it was because he ate the wrong food that he got kicked out of Christianity.
Oh my goodness. Back to the whole Paul and James thing.
Yep.
But like, what what do we have? I'm so ignorant to all this stuff. Do we have, is Ignatius the one that we have? Like, do we have letters, actual copies of his letters, like full
Well, kind of. Yeah,
copies?
yeah. So there's something called the short, the middle, and the long recension. Basically, it's the amount of letters. The short recension is all him, or it all comes back as one author, it seems like. But then you have the middle, which adds a couple other letters or something like that, and it's very clearly something that's added to him. Then the long recension is just ridiculous because it's even more letters that they claim are Ignatius, but it's just not. So
It's like
it's just
back to
different
the whole
sects or different
Paul thing.
collections.
You've got your Paul
Yes.
stuff, and then
Yep.
you got your other stuff that's like Paul, but the pseudepigrapha.
I would even say that part of the reason why there's this claim that you can start to eat everything now within Christianity is because of the fact that they just lost like the second coming of Socrates, as they called him. Like,
Oh, interesting.
He
Yeah.
leaves, he gets kicked out for eating the wrong food, and there must have been some kind of argument, and so somebody says, "Fucking, we're just gonna put a nail in the head."
Can we stop with this
like,
eating
we're
shit?
done. Yeah.
It's so petty. Yeah, that's wild. Just all the people clamoring together to try to make this cult work, and so many randoms just writing shit, and then it just. I guess once that they got so much power and money, right? Once they were like a large organization, they started like, okay, we got to canonize this stuff. We got to decide what we want, what's true. Like that was a good move. Those councils, because that's really what needed to happen.
Yeah, one of the things I can say, I guess, sort of kind of positive about Christianity is that, like, not only did it get lucky, it had some people who kind of sort of knew what they were doing, kind of sort of, to the point to where, like, they're obviously cult leaders and they're obviously trying at some points to deceive people, but they're actually, like, very clearly doing a decent job of it. Like, they're doing what they're trying to do. What they're trying to do is bad, but they're still doing it.
They're successful. Like they're
successful.
They're smart. They're smart about it. I mean, and it sounds like, I don't know who it would be, like how late they got their act together, but it sounds like they didn't have a lot to work with, or I mean, they had too much to work with, right? They had all these problems that they have to overcome, so many different texts. They have to like say, no, this one doesn't work, and we have to take parts of this one, and we have to like sort of build it all like the house of cards. So it's really difficult. So of course they have to lie, they have to do all this stuff, but they put it together, and you get the Eastern Orthodox, you got the Catholics, you got there's people that really think it's solid. So pretty clever.
One of the best ways that you could kind of nail down what your belief is and kind of rally everybody around one particular concept is to start deeming other texts that you think are like too different heretical.
Right.
Like, that gospel says something that's I'm not trying to push, so therefore it's evil. That one, same thing. That one, same thing. All these different books, evil, evil, evil. I've determined which books I am going to rally around, and they're pretty close to the same idea. Yeah, there's some contradictions in there, but I think that we could possibly come up with some kind of
We can
theology or
harmonize them.
apologetics. Yeah, we can harmonize it enough. We're not just going to pick certain books that we like. We're going to pick our favorite edits of the same books, of those books. So again, that's what the canon is. The canon that we have today is a curated list, a hand-picked collection of text that one sect of Christianity decided this is our favorite, and not only our favorite books, but our favorite edits of said books. And this is what we're producing. And if you find any problems in there, you didn't.
And this is the story of the last couple hundred years, and this is the apostolic succession, and this is how we have the authority to do it. Yeah, really clever, really tricky.
It's not really that bad. And it's been echoed. It's obviously been attempted again with like Mormonism and desert Mormonism, aka Islam, where you have Muhammad say, "Oh, hey, I get my authority from this angel who just came and told me all the answers."
Yeah.
Joseph Smith says, "I get my authority from an angel, as well as literally meeting God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit, and John the Baptist. I've met all of them in person, and they told me specifically that this is." I mean, it's dumb, but they're trying to claim apostolic succession without apostolic succession, I guess.
Right, their own
Yeah.
version of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, very cool.
There you go. But yeah, anything else? Joel Reed's Bible?
No, I'm good. Thanks for that. I'm curious what this Joel Long wants to talk about.
Well, I think, by the way, there are some people in
Wait,
the.
Is it your birthday today?
No, motherfucker. Just look. There are people who are sending super chats specifically with your name on it. So I want to be able to read this off while you're up here.
All right.
So
I'll answer
first
the
of
questions.
all,
It's long.
We got
It's
$2.
a long. Oh, go ahead.
We got $2 from Dionysian Mask says Keep said. Okay, I don't know. Keep said it's your birthday and he wouldn't lie. I don't know who that is. I don't know what's going on there. Keep.
No clue.
No idea.
They're doing their own inside joke. This is
nope. $3.11 from Gretchen says, "Don't ever kick Bill, Queef boy." Are you Bill?
True.
Is that?
Yeah, we're all Bill. Is there a Bill? Why?
$4. $4. Well, it's because people just think that that's a funny word to hear me say, and they just decided to spam it. And so now we're counting it because this is Christ before Jesus, and life is a fucking nightmare. Let's see. We've got $4.99 from Tim Maracle, who says, "Where does the idea that Jesus never existed come from? I'm truly curious and interested in this topic." Oh, that's awesome. The idea comes from the idea that Jesus, as presented by the New Testament, even the natural version, doesn't line up with what we know about the first century. And we can get into that in just a moment. $2 from Dionysian Masks says, "Joel said it's Jaren's birthday. He wouldn't lie."
I never said that. I asked it 2 seconds ago, but I've never said that. And I've never said that even on your birthday, which I don't know when that is.
$2 from Zeno Lapudre says, "Happy birthday, Joel, by the way. Have some soup for us."
I didn't never eat soup. Like, I rarely eat, and it's not my birthday, and I never eat soup.
Well, you probably rarely eat it because you eat it with a fork.
Yeah, it's hard to get in. It's hard to get in.
You can't
into my face.
I try to eat it. I just
try.
rarely eat it.
I get
I'm
the
rarely
chunks.
successful. Yeah, let's see. $2 there from Ron Lowther says, "Jaren likes any queef. Joel likes Queen's queef."
Yes, my queef. The queefs I like too. The queefs I like are like high tier queefs.
Joel Reed's Bible endures the worst to bring you the best. Let's see, $5 from Alan. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a legitimate thing. What's your take on Dietering's identification of Simon Magus as the news for Saul/Paul narrative? Is Paul and Thecla really Simon and Helena? So we have read that. My co-author has more to say about that. But the idea that Simon Magus is like the starting point, or like the prototype there for the Paul concept, I don't buy it. Not really. No, especially since by the time that we actually get Paul is in the 2nd century and everything like that. If it was written more in the 1st century, around like when the scholars generally will date these New Testament texts, then maybe I could see that connection better. But it doesn't really make too terribly much sense to come up with a Simon Magus character and change his name there in the early 140s. That doesn't really make sense. I mean, maybe some influence from some stories about him, that's fine. But to say that is like, he's like the neatest for it, yeah, I wouldn't say that. $2 there from Helping Maga Deconstruct says, "I love it when Joel reads Bible queefs for Christ."
Always. I'm doing that constantly.
And queef. And queef.
Here comes another one.
That's terrible. $2 from Ordinary Ethan says, "Happy birthday, Jaren, from Joel."
I didn't do that. They're their own organism, you know. They kind of like have evolved into their own thing. We don't have control.
$2 from Dionysian Mass says, "Happy birthday, Joel, from Jaren."
Yeah, see, they're just like they're on drugs.
And $2.79 Canadian from Serenity Serpent says, "Say queef for all Canadians, Joel. We admire you." And then put, looks like the Canadian state flag.
Okay. Queef for all Canadians. I'll say it.
Yes, and the words of Reese Roper from 5 Hour and Frenzy, "Welcome to Canada. It's the Maple Leaf State." Yes.
It's a maple queef state. What are you talking about?
Do you feel very patriotic about yourself after destroying.
But by saying maple queef?
That sounds
so funny.
I feel like you could get arrested for saying that. Like the Mounties are going to show up and boil you alive in
the
syrup.
Mounties. I'm not afraid of no RCMP.
I've seen Dudley Do Right. I know how mean they can get.
Is that a Canadian thing, or is that American trying to be like appropriating our culture, our rich
our culture.
maple queef culture?
Wait, surely though, you have seen Dudley Do Right, right?
No, I know it. Like I know the name, but I don't think I've seen it.
Really? You know, there's a movie and everything. It's got Alfred Molina.
Circa,
it's got
Brendan
Fraser, Sarah Jessica Parker.
It's
got
I
Eric
know it's
Idle.
Brendan Fraser. What was there a show too? Like what's
it was
Dudley
like
Do Right?
it's like a. So Rocky and Bullwinkle show. Did you ever see that?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So it's like it's almost like a sketch comedy kind of thing, but cartoon. And part of that is this Dudley Do Right character. He's like a Mountie and he fights.
Okay, yeah. So it's
some guy.
appropriation. Yeah, we don't do that here in Canada.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's wearing Canadian face. I mean, if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he's
it's
got like
disgusting.
the wide brim hat and everything. Like
yeah,
that,
now I
and the
remember
red.
it. It's disgusting and racist. Yeah, so we don't. Because Canadian is a race, by the way.
It is.
That's new.
It is.
Yeah.
They smell like syrup, and
you don't know somewhat like what their race is until they maple queef in your mouth. Then you're like, okay, she's Canadian.
Is it stereotypical to say that all of you just drive like Zambonis to work?
Yeah, is it racist? You mean? Yes.
It sounds racist. If I was to call everybody from Canada like, oh, you fucking Zamboni, like that.
Just imagine that were true though. Like everything's frozen. It's the middle of winter, and you're just making the roads slicker. You're just driving the Zamboni to make the roads as smooth and slick as possible.
Well, that's
like,
so the
what
kids
a bad
can go skate
idea.
and practice hockey.
Yeah, kids just skate to school on the freshly Zambonied roads.
I think that's he just used it as a verb. That's how Canadian he is. Only he can use it as a verb. Yeah.
Yep.
Anyways, now okay. So I assume that Zamboni is like a term of endearment. I guess the way you guys use it would be Zambona. I guess you'd have to put like an A at the end.
Yeah, and every time like we go to get somebody to maple queef, it's our Zamboner that we use. But
hard R there.
By the way, Zambonis are like for all ice rinks in all the like you guys have Zambonis. If you have ice rinks, you have Zambonis. It's not just Canadian.
We very rarely pull them out because they got to, I don't know, they use like some weird like amount of gas, like a liter or something. So we don't ever use them because they're from Canada. But in Dallas, we have the Dallas Stars Ice Girls. They come out and they're like,
what, with mops, and they mop the ice or something?
It's not it's like a big like wobbly shovel. And
that's weird.
Yeah, I'm not kidding.
We're too cheap to spend the gas on the Zamboni, so we're gonna get some chicks to skate around and fix the ice.
This is Texas. Nothing from Canada or using all that gas. We use slaves.
That's crazy.
But no, it's actually it's a big thing. The Dallas Stars Ice Girls come out and fucking shave the ice. I don't know what but they're good at skating.
That's good.
And I've watched them skate, and my wife hates when I watch them skate.
Everyone in chat has said that Zambonis were invented in California, so.
Yeah, but probably from like an illegal immigrant from Canada.
No, it's going to be an Italian. Zamboni? You think a Canadian?
I don't know. It sounds kind of French to me. Literally anything that doesn't sound American. Imagine it was a pasta.
It'd be Zambonellini.
There, don't hurt yourself. Now, really fast, somebody did say $2 there from a low note says, I think it's Joel Queef / Hump Day.
It is Queef Hump Day.
It's Joel Queef / Hump Day.
Yeah, it's Hump Day Dump Day. Yeah.
When is that? For everybody.
Hump Day Dump Day is it's Hump Day. It's Wednesday, and it's the day to dump the Bible. So it's the perfect day for it. It's Hump Day Dump Day.
So you're going live later today?
No, because I am working today. I don't get to do every Hump Day Dump Day, but Mezzo will be live late tonight.
All right.
10 p.m.
All right.
Eastern.
You heard that, guys. Joel Reads Bible has a job, and it's probably working on Zambonis, if we're being honest. I mean, have you seen his fingers? They're able to get up into like the Zamboni machinery and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, if you open up a Zamboni, it's huge because it's really just like one ice girl, like just with a shovel.
These ice girls, I don't know how I feel about it.
Okay,
one ice
wait, here,
girl.
we're literally okay. I'm gonna tell you. Okay, Dallas Stars ice girls. I probably shouldn't be bringing this up, but I'm gonna show you. Yes,
it feels wrong.
This is This is not a me thing. This is
like
an
you have
actual
to wear,
thing.
Let me
They're
guess.
the
They
Dallas
don't wear a
Stars
lot of
ice girls.
They don't wear a lot of clothes.
Yeah, they're like,
and they have to do a job on the ice. That's crazy.
It's like I don't think they're the cheerleaders. There's like cheerleaders.
Yeah, they're
but then there's a
cheerleader
separate
adjacent.
group that goes and like cleans.
Yeah,
the
they're like,
ice.
take off most of your clothes and go fix that ice. I think there's something wrong with that.
I couldn't tell you.
I think there's something.
I don't make the rules. I don't break the rules.
Maybe it's fine. Who knows?
Yeah, no, the cowgirls are like they're the Dallas Cowgirls, like they're the cheerleaders. There's two different groups of girls there at the Stars games. I don't know. What you need to do is you need to come down to Dallas. You need to come down to Dallas, and we'll go to a Stars game. All right, and it'll just be me and you. It'll be a fellas' night where we just, and of course I'm gonna be cheap and buy like the nosebleed seats, and we're gonna have these binoculars, right? And we're gonna watch for the ice girls. All right, it's nothing creepy. We're just going to be staring at girls as they work using binoculars. That's
nothing creepy. Self-declared.
It's Dallas.
Crazy. And then once they're done doing their thing, can we leave? Because like sports, meh.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they go out and they clean the ice before they start skating, and then the game starts or whatever.
Oh, so that's right at the beginning, so we don't have to be there for any of the game.
No, they clean it up, and then they skate, and then they clean it up again, everything like that. We can leave before both of the national anthems.
All right, perfect. Well, I mean, I don't mind hearing someone sing.
Okay. Well,
do we have to stand? You won't take your hat off. That'll be disrespectful.
So I do take my hat off for the national anthem, but I do not stand. I don't.
Do people do a lot of? Most people stand, right? A lot of people stand.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. But I literally since Kaepernick, I have not stood. But that being said, for the Canadian anthem, I don't know. Every once in a while, they'll sing it if a Canadian team's playing. And I don't know it, so I just kind of go, "Oh, Canada, something."
Yeah, you know what? When we do "Oh Canada," like I think I'll take off my hat. I don't know. I'm not around "Oh Canada" that often, but I'll certainly, if everyone else stands, I'd stand, and I like.
This is personal choice. But yes, what they do is, whose broad strives and bright, and everyone yells "Stars." And it's terrifying. If you don't see it coming, I mean, oh my God.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
I'm not the most patriotic. Like, Canada's fine. I'm not like, I don't know. I don't feel like a strong connection to like the country or whatever, even though I live here. But like, I guess the most patriotic thing I ever do is, a maple queef.
He was looking for a word to finish on, if that makes sense, phrasing. All right, really fast, quick $2 super chat there from a low note. It says maple queef is sweet but sticky. I don't like that at all. Don't like it. That was worse than the other one. Wait, oh no, this marker's not working. I don't know why this marker's not working. All right, there we go. We'll go ahead and put that there. Okay. Probably need another marker. Okay. We've got Joe Long, 22. Thank you for patiently waiting while I talk to that Canadian son of a bitch. What you got?
No problem. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. So obviously, my name's Joe. What's your name?
Jaron.
Jaron.
Yep.
All right. Nice to meet you, Jaron.
Yep.
I'm a Christian. Just to put that out there, I have a number of different problems with some things that you have said. I just want to get your thoughts on some of those things. Some things that you've said, just listening to you.
About
Ignatius,
Canada? Oh.
not about Canada. Although I disagree with nothing you've said about Canada. Ignatius, number one, biblical canon, number two, and then obviously the claim that Jesus and Paul never existed. I have a pretty big problem with as well. I don't know which one of those you think we should tackle first, but
whichever one you'd like.
Whichever one you want from me. I guess my question is, what is your evidence that, or I guess what question are you really asking? Are you asking someone to prove that Jesus and Paul never existed? Are you asking for
if you've got
evidence
any evidence that they did exist, that'd be pretty good. We can go over it, and see if it's actually
So
any good.
I guess that's where I'm coming from, is the fact that you can't really prove this, right? It's all evidence based, so you can't really, I can't prove that I'm talking to you right now.
Yeah,
right?
well, prove us wrong is a pretty common phrase. I think it was first really made huge by like the little stand that Steven Crowder had and everything like that. So I mean, I get.
Well,
I get
that's
what you're
changed my
saying.
mind,
I get
but
what you're.
yes.
Well, change my mind, prove us wrong, that kind of thing. Like, yeah, that's changed my mind. It was, but like it's a pretty common phrase that would be used a lot there. So I mean, I understand that like proof, maybe depending on how you use the term, it could be like 100% evidence or something like that. But I mean, then you can get all philosophical and say that you can't prove anything. In which case, okay, but sure.
So we're talking
I get
about
it, but
obviously
I mean,
evidence. Right?
Yeah,
Evidence.
we're obviously talking about evidence and whether or not it is good evidence to suggest that these people actually did exist in their natural form in the way that the New Testament presents them.
Sure. So I'm guessing that you would reject the idea that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are good evidence for the existence of Jesus, and that Paul's letters are evidence for Paul's existence.
You can use them if you want, but like, how did you determine they were good evidence? Like, I mean, I wouldn't say that they would be, but I mean,
well, that's I guess why what I'm asking is, why would you not consider those to be good evidence?
I mean, there's no evidence that they were even written in the first century, so I don't even.
I mean, most biblical scholars would date John as being the last gospel, Mark being the first gospel, all of them being written prior to the 70s. I think John is most often
all of them
placed
written
over
prior to the 70s.
That's what most biblical scholars would place them.
No, that's not even remotely.
Well, you can't just say no.
No, John is generally thought to be 90 to 110. So no.
Said from who? According to who?
The majority of scholars. Are you specifically choosing like here? What I'm gonna do really fast is I'm just gonna Google it really fast. When was John written? Between 85 and 90 there. Most scholars, you have some conservative historians argue for an earlier window of 64 to 70. Like most people would put it later. The scholarly consensus right here says scholarly consensus, modern theologians and historians typically place authorship between 90 and 110, often concluding that it was composed by Johannine community, preserving the teachings of Apostle John. Yeah, so I mean, no, dude. The majority of scholars do not put all four of them prior to 70. That's dog shit apologetics.
Well, okay, well then all four of them prior to 90?
Whatever you want to say. I don't care how many people say it. I care about the evidence that they present. What evidence do they present that it's actually written at that point?
Well, I honestly would agree with those of them that are talking about 70.
It doesn't matter.
John,
what's your evidence for it?
My evidence for it is that John does not mention the fall of the temple.
John
fall
does
of the temple
mention
happens.
The fall of the temple.
He doesn't mention the fall of the temple as being an event that already happened. He mentions it as a prophecy, as it's going to happen.
Okay.
It hasn't happened yet. So that's the evidence for John being before 70. That's my evidence.
Right.
And obviously John is the last of the written gospels. So all of them, from my opinion, that's my evidence. You asked for evidence, would be dated before 70.
That's not evidence that something, or it's not good evidence that something is actually written at that point in time. Can you and I write a story about, can you write a story right now about the Civil War?
Yes.
Okay. Does that mean that you wrote it in 1860s?
What? No.
Is that okay? Yeah, that's how that works, man. And if your book doesn't mention 9/11, I guess it wasn't written before 2001. That's stupid
But he's
shit,
talking. No, that's not what that means. He's
no,
talking
there's
about the fall of the temple
you're
as an event to come.
I understand,
not an event that has already happened.
But listen, if this is written in the 2nd century by someone who isn't Jewish, then they don't give a shit about whether or not the temple was
What's
destroyed.
the evidence that it's written in the 2nd century by someone who's not Jewish?
Are you ready for this? Because now
I'm
you're
ready.
asking me. Okay, so all right. So John is the last of the 4 canonical gospels, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so John has to come after Luke, correct?
I would argue yes.
Okay.
If it's last,
Sweet.
it has to come after another one, yes.
Sweet. All right. So Luke, then all that means is that I have to show you that Luke comes after 144. And we can very clearly see that because are you familiar with Marcion at all?
Yes, I'm familiar with Marcion, yes.
Okay. So with Marcion, we actually have a gospel that is sometimes called Evangelion, the Gospel of Marcion,
Yes.
Gospel of the Lord, just gospel in Greek. All right. Are you
Yes,
familiar
it's
with what
heretical.
Irenaeus, Tertullian, and Origen said about Marcion's Evangelion and its connection to Luke?
Go for it.
I'm asking you, are you familiar with it?
What Ignatius had to say about Marcion?
No, Irenaeus, Tertullian, and Origen had to say about Marcion's Gospel Evangelion.
No.
Okay, so what they said was that this gospel was created by Marcion taking what's called a penknife, or they called it a penknife, to the Gospel of Luke and removing certain parts in order to make their gospel or Evangelion. All right, because the words that are found in the Gospel of Luke are the same as Marcion's Gospel, but Marcion's Gospel is much smaller. All right. So they said that he took the Gospel of Luke, which was around earlier, and removed parts from it. All right. However, they also mention that the followers of Marcion claim the inverse happened, that their gospel came first, and someone later on added parts to it to make the Gospel of Luke. Okay, so they've created a we say this, they say this kind of situation. So all we have to do is we have to dive into the text to see which text came first. Can we find any clues of this? Would you like statistical? Would you like literary analysis, or would you like just simply a verse that shows that Marcion's Evangelion was before the Gospel of Luke? Which would you like?
I don't think you can show me a verse that proves that, but go for it.
Yeah, we can. All right. So, are you familiar with the Gospel of Luke, chapter 4 at all? This is the verse or the Gospel, the chapter in the Gospel that talks about Jesus preaching over in Nazareth.
Yeah.
Okay. So, when we take a look at Luke chapter 4, we see that it starts off with the testing of Jesus there in the desert. This is like fucking like Satan and shit like that. In verse 14, he goes over to Galilee. In verse 16, he goes to Nazareth. It says where he's brought up. Went to the synagogue on the Sabbath day, and he reads from the scroll of prophet Isaiah, blah, 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 blah. He reads, and everybody's like, oh my God, he's so great. So it says in verse 22, it says, all spoke well of him and were amazed at the gracious words that came from his mouth. They said, is this not Joseph's son? This is the most damning verse in all of the Gospel of Luke, even though it looks very benign. It says, he said to them, doubtless you will quote to me this proverb, doctor, cure yourself. And you will say, do here also in your hometown the things that we have heard you did at Capernaum. In other words, you want me to do miracles, or I bet next you're going to want me to do miracles like I did in Capernaum. Does that make sense? You following along?
Yes.
Okay. Here is the problem. He has not been to Capernaum yet. He doesn't go to Capernaum until verse 31. He's also never done any miracles yet. He does not do any miracles until he goes to Capernaum and cleanses a man with an unclean spirit in verse 31. This line right here is completely out of order. And it is only found in 2 Gospels. It is not found in Matthew. It is not found in Mark. It's not found in John. It is found in Luke and Evangelion. Evangelion, according to literally all three of the writers who quote from it when talking shit about Marcion, this is Tertullian, Origen, and Irenaeus, they said that it started off with Jesus descending out of heaven into Capernaum in verse 1, doing that miracle that is talked about in Luke 4, and then going to Nazareth, where he goes to the synagogue, preaches from the scroll of, or reads from the scroll of Isaiah. Everybody's really, got big old boners because he's talking so nicely and everything. And then he says that line. It is in the correct position in the Gospel of Marcion. In Evangelion, it is in position. It is in the correct spot.
How are you determining that that is in the correct position?
Because he's been to Capernaum and did miracles, and then he says, I bet you want me to do miracles like I did in Capernaum. He doesn't do that until later on. This section here is the section that all Tertullian, Origen, and Irenaeus place at the beginning of Evangelion. Evangelion has it correctly. What they didn't like, the author of Luke, didn't like the idea that Jesus descends out of heaven as a fully grown man and just starts preaching there. They opted to copy Matthew for Luke 2 for a birth story, or come up with a birth story of their own, a different version of Matthew, but it doesn't matter. The point is, they put it in Luke 2. Luke 1 talks about the birth of, or the forthcoming birth of John the Baptist. Luke 3 talks about how John the Baptist's ministry starts, and then says the genealogy of Jesus. And then chapter 4, as we just showed, is the first chapter that they start utilizing the gospel from Marcion in. It's roughly chapters 4 through 22 that we get a separate author in. So I'm a data scientist, and when analyzing the Gospel of Luke as well as Acts, like all put together there, we can actually tell that there is a, let me see here. So we can actually get this thing. It is called a dendrogram. Let me go ahead and bring this up here. This is a graph. It is kind of like a family tree. And the way that it works is it analyzes text and then puts them into different like branches and whatnot. So whenever we take a look at 4 chapters of Acts and 4 chapters of Luke all at the same time in order to get, meet certain standards that people on the internet have said that we need to meet and stuff like that, which is dumb and not required, but we did it anyways. So whenever we do this, we see that all of Acts comes up as one author because it was. And the beginning of Luke, as well as the last chapter of Luke, always comes up with this particular group. Roughly, depending on how you cut it, sometimes we can cut it into 1 chapter at a time, 2, 3, or even like this, 4 chapters at a time. Every single time, we will have a completely different author for the bulk of Luke, roughly chapters 4 through 22, that will come up separate from anything in Acts, as well as the beginning of Luke and the end of Luke. That is because of the fact that they utilize an earlier text. An earlier text is utilized. If Marcion took from the Gospel of Luke and just took pieces out of it, all of Luke should come up as one author. It should also be interspersed and all intermingled and tied up with the rest of Acts, all right? But it's not. All of Acts always comes up as one author, and that same author wrote the beginning and the end of Luke. But the bulk of Luke, from 4 to 22 roughly, is a completely separate author. And all the information that is in chapters 4 through 22, with only slight edits every once in a while, is found in Marcion's Evangelion, as Tertullian, Origen, and Irenaeus all claim and cite. So what I'm saying here is that that's exactly what happened. Marcion came out in 144 with Evangelion, and then later on, as his followers claim, and Irenaeus even admits they claim, someone added to that text and then decided to call it the Gospel of Luke, and then they wrote Acts later. Both Acts and Luke both are addressed to Theophilus. There are 2 people named Theophilus in the 150s and 160s. Eusebius confirms that somebody in the 150s was called Theophilus, and he was a well-revered person. And Theophilus of Antioch was a bishop in the 160s. This is around the time that we would say that the Gospel of Luke is written, and it's specifically addressed to them. That's what this is. It literally says at the very beginning that multiple people have attempted to write a gospel, and this person knows from the very start how to actually put it together, and so they're sending it to Theophilus. We can tell that this is something that is actually from or utilizing Evangelion. We can tell.
Interesting. I mean, I disagree.
What do you disagree with? And what kind of evidence would you... I've presented my evidence for why it comes after 144. Do you have any mention of the Gospel of Luke prior to 144? Any?
I mean, would you take an early church father quoting Luke as evidence to it prior to 144?
I want you to point to any church father prior to 144 who says, I have the Gospel of Luke and I'm quoting from it. Go ahead.
Good. So your requirement for it to be a quote is for them to say this is a quote?
Yeah. Otherwise, how did you determine it was a quote from a book as opposed to just somebody saying something?
Because it's taken directly from the word.
Well, I want you to find me something that is prior to 144 that is taken directly from the Gospel of Luke.
How about Justin Martyr's first apology?
Justin Martyr's writing in the 150s. Good try.
No, he's writing in the 140s, I believe.
So, no, it's 150s, and roughly 155 is when we have his first apology, as well as dialogue with Trypho. It's in the 150s. In fact, what you're probably pointing to maybe is like him talking about Jesus sweating drops of blood, maybe? If that's what you were, I applaud you because that's a pretty deep cut, but it's still the 150s.
Interesting.
Yep. The Gospel of Luke is the Gospel of Luke is not quoted even slightly until the middle of the 150s. There is not a single fucking person who ever mentions it or ever quotes from it prior to 144. It is absolutely using Marcion as its main source.
Ignatius of Antioch does not quote Luke?
Nope. In fact, the person who I was talking to, that fucking Canadian, the person there before, he had actually come up with that question in general because somebody had talked to him on his live about Ignatius, and the only two things that these Christians had brought up, these Catholics had brought up, was that Ignatius had seemed to be pulling from both Matthew and John, but never says anything.
Well, he
about,
certainly
like,
pulls from Matthew. He certainly pulls from Matthew.
He never says anything about pulling from Matthew. He never says he got it from a gospel or anything. He doesn't actually say the word gospel.
If the point is to quote the thing, the point is that it's already in circulation. So I don't need to say this is a quote from Matthew when I quote Matthew. They just quote Matthew because they know that everybody's going to know what he's talking about.
Cool. Yeah. So the reason why that was a question that was brought up earlier by the guest before you was because he was wondering when Ignatius is actually dated to, and modern scholars actually place Ignatius's death anywhere from about 140 to 160. With M. David Litva here recently actually placing the writings of Ignatius sometime between 165 and 175. We actually pulled that up.
Sure.
Right before
Is that due to the
internal
relation,
content.
Internal content, and the relation to this guy Peregrinus?
No, he does not say that
Proteus?
Peregrinus is Ignatius.
So.
Oh, I say that, like me and my co-author, we'd say that he's Peregrinus Proteus, who dies in 165. So I would actually date Ignatius's letters a little earlier than that, because obviously you can't write after you're dead. But nevertheless, M. David Levitt, literally a Christian scholar, says that Ignatius is writing, or the Ignatius's letters show up about 165 to 170 or so. But anyways, nevertheless, they literally never say that he's quoting from a gospel or anything like that. And at best, it just says something that's also found in a gospel. That's fine, I guess.
But that's what
really
a quote
matter.
is. That's what a quote is.
No, a quote is saying, I got this from this particular text. Just saying something that's found in another book doesn't mean anything. In fact,
Even
if
it's a
that's what a quote
quote,
is,
a
then you
direct
have quoted from
correlation.
literally 1,000, probably 1,000,000 books in your writings and just never known it. That's how that works. Unless you are stating, I got this from this thing, it is not a quote. Or this person said this.
That's not true.
Yeah, that's how that works. Otherwise, in fact,
you're a
you
smart
could
guy.
mean
That's
that.
a poor
no.
argument.
Listen. You could mean that, but you can't infer that it's a quote unless the person says that it's a quote. What you're doing is you're starting with the presupposition that there is a text prior that is the only possible source for that particular thought, which doesn't make a lot of sense. In fact, there's a lot of these things. We actually had it pulled up before. Is this a thing? No. So it is called agrapha. Do you have any idea what that is? Agrapha?
Agrapha?
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard that word.
So it is a word that means, here, let me see if I can pull this up here. Okay. So it is a word that is talking about will that work? No. Yeah, I got to give it a second. Okay, so it is a word that means sayings of Jesus that were not written. Sayings of Jesus that were not written. And what that's talking about is any kind of quote from a church father or even books of the Bible that have these apparent quotes from Jesus that we don't have anything from. An example would be Acts 20:35. Remember the words of Lord Jesus, how it is said, it is more blessed thing to give rather than to receive. This isn't a quote from Jesus. In fact, other people will literally try to quote as late as like Clement of Alexandria or even Origen into the 3rd century. We have these random quotes that we don't have anything from. We don't have any of these texts. But likewise, people can say things and people can say, oh, hey, I got this from this source, or people can say this person said this and we don't have any source. But what you're doing is you are actually saying this is a quote and they're not even saying it's a quote. We have people who are quoting from books that don't even fucking exist and saying it's a quote. You're
Okay, well, that's
you're
a
taking
that's
a look
a
at something
false
that's not even a
dichotomy.
quote.
That's a false dichotomy.
Where in Ignatius does it say I am quoting this at all?
You keep asking for that specific example. Nobody quotes like that. Nobody quotes like that.
No one quotes. No one says we have the words of Jesus. No one
When
says
you're
this.
when you are writing, you don't have to quote like that. Everybody knows what you're talking about.
Sweet. So what you're doing is you are doing post hoc rationalization. You are going in and you are saying this person meant this when they wrote because I have a belief now and I'm changing that retroactively. In no way, shape, or form is it ever implied that that person is quoting. Otherwise, early church fathers would have said, oh, hey, Ignatius quoted from that. No one ever claims it. Where are you getting the idea that it would just be implied that Ignatius was quoting from Matthew?
Ignatius, his letter to the Romans, his epistle to the Romans.
He doesn't say he's quoting, unless you
in
can
chapter
say he's quoting.
I think that's an interesting line to hold. I don't think many scholars would agree with you that that is a proper line to hold in which you are actually quoting
Even if he
somebody.
was familiar with it, Ignatius, there's no evidence whatsoever that he was writing prior to 144. Also,
So you would
all
say
of this,
that the line from-
all of this is moot anyways because he doesn't quote from Luke. What your job was, what your task was to try to find someone who mentioned Luke or even quoted from Luke prior to 144. Did you do it?
I did not do that. No, I did not.
Okay.
So now answer my question
listen,
on.
hold
No,
up,
stop.
Slow down. Earlier, before we started talking about Luke, what gospel were we talking about?
Sorry, John?
Mm-hmm. And if John is after Luke, as you already admitted, and Luke is after 144, is John in the 1st century?
I would argue that John is written in 70.
Okay.
That's what I would argue.
That doesn't make any sense because you already admitted that John is after Luke, and I just showed you evidence that Luke is after 144. Do you have any evidence to suggest that it's prior to Luke?
That might suggest that Luke is around 144.
Do you have any evidence
that is
to
not
suggest?
Conclusive proof.
Do you have
That's
any evidence at all that Luke was written
I don't
prior
have
to
any
144?
evidence right now. I don't have any evidence right now.
Did you have any before?
Before what?
Before this conversation?
Other than the fact that I believe that it was written before John.
I mean, you can believe.
And I believe that John was written in 170.
Cool.
I'm saying that that's my belief.
Yeah,
That's all right.
John was written around 170. Yeah.
In 70.
Oh, in 70. Yeah, no, not at all.
Or prior to
by the way,
around there.
By the way, let me ask you a question. Do you have any mention of the gospel? In fact, you know what? When's the first person to say the word gospels?
Gospel just means good news.
Cool. When in relation to the gospels of Jesus Christ, who's the first person to say that? Who's the first person to mention him?
I believe it would be Stephen. Wouldn't it be Stephen before he gets stoned?
No, we don't have
He's
any
talking
testimony
about the
from
good
Stephen.
news.
And it's
We know that he gets
explicitly
stoned.
not talking about the gospels that were written. We are explicitly talking about the gospels of Jesus Christ, like the stories that were written. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Who's the first one to even allude to their existence?
Allude to the existence of the
Matthew,
Gospels,
Mark, Luke, and
quote,
John.
being written down?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Yep.
I'm guessing you have an answer to who the first person to ever mention the word gospel was. Who is that?
The first one to even allude to them. To
Sure.
even allude to these existing. Would you like to know who?
Sure. I would love to know who.
It's Justin Martyr in 155. He mentions the
Great.
memoirs of the apostles. So what we're talking about here is we're
So
talking
you,
about
so you just
after
said that John was written
144
in
are
170,
gospels.
and then you're talking about, you just said John was written in 170, and then you said Justin Martyr alluded to that in 155.
I did not say that Justin Martyr alluded to John. I didn't say anything that sounded like
You said the Gospels.
Yeah, dude. Alluded to Gospels. Prior to Justin Martyr writing in 155, we would have...
You said, who is the first person to allude to the Gospels? Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And you said in 155, you said it was Justin Martyr.
I'm trying to tell you what I meant by the word Gospels. Nice try at the gotcha, but it's not going to work. That being said, as far as Justin Martyr goes, when he writes in 155, at that point in time, he would have had Evangeline, he would have had Mark, he would have had Matthew, maybe Luke, and then also the Gospel of Peter. All four of those were around by the time that Justin Martyr was writing in 155.
So why do you think Marcion is a reliable source?
I didn't say he's a reliable source. When did I say that?
Well, you're quoting him as if he's a reliable source.
When did I quote Marcion?
You're talking about all these things in Luke.
Okay. I'm just saying that Luke and Marcion are connected because Luke used Marcion. I'm not saying Marcion is a reliable source. In fact, he's writing about Jesus, which means he's writing about bullshit. So, I mean, he's not really a reliable source in the sense that when he writes these stories, they're still fake stories. It's just a story. And I'm trying to tell you that what you believe and your idea that it's written in the first century is also bullshit, because the people who are trying to hate on Marcion and try to say that he is somebody who is a heretic who stole from them, when it's actually the other way around, they're trying to claim that it's from the first century, and you're eating it up with zero evidence.
Interesting. Why do you put the death of Ignatius of Antioch? This is just something else I was interested in. Why do you put the death of Ignatius of Antioch around 160, 170?
There are historians who have placed it somewhere between 140 to 160. Again, the letters of Ignatius itself or themselves, M. David Litville places about 165 to 170. I would say that Ignatius is Peregrinus Proteus, who dies in 165, but again, I'm not married to that idea. It's whatever. It doesn't really matter. The only reason that anybody has any kind of earlier dating around like 108 to 110 is because Eusebius, an admitted liar, writes about that in the early 4th century and says that he died about that time, 108, 110.
So Eusebius is not the only person who mentions Ignatius's death being around 110.
There's no one who places it in 110 really prior to him. I can't imagine. I can't imagine that at all. Maybe some people said that he died. That's fine. Some people said that he died. I think they said that he was thrown to beasts or something. Is the overall concept of when how he did his martyrdom. But that being said, doesn't really matter. Literally none of these people are writing prior to 180 or so. I think Irenaeus is really the first one to even quote him. And when he quotes him, he says, "a certain man of ours." See how he actually tries to quote and says this is a quote? Yeah, that's how people fucking wrote back then. Still today.
Well,
Anyways,
Polycarp
Irenaeus,
in 110 to
even though he
140.
didn't like Peregrinus Proteus, or even if you don't think that that's the case, even if he didn't say his name, he still said this is a quote. Because, and this is true, that's how people quote people. I don't know if you're aware, but whenever you quote someone, you say, this is what somebody said. That's how that works.
So you're saying that the only time that anybody can ever quote somebody or draw up
the only time
the
that you
words
can
that
argue
somebody,
that
no,
it is
let
a
me
quote.
finish what
I've let
you finish quite a bit.
Yes.
Let me finish.
The only time you
You're
can
saying
say it's
that
a
the only
quote is
person-
when it's a quote. Yes. That's what
So
I'm saying.
okay, so
The only
it
time
can't
that
be
you can
drawing from
argue
the
that is a
text?
quote. I'm not saying it can't. I am saying that the only time you can use it as an argument to say it is a quote is if you can show that it is a quote, as opposed to just someone talking about the same concept.
Okay, so let's drop the word quote and talk about drawing from the text. So
that
Ignatius
would still be a quote.
is
That's what a quote is. You're just defining it and just saying, I'm not going to use the word. Like, I can't say he's drawing from the text if he's not saying I'm getting this from the text. Unless you can show that he's doing that, no. He can talk about the same concept. You can talk about the Civil War all you want. That doesn't mean that you're quoting that particular book on the Civil War or that particular book. You might be quoting a book. You might be pulling it from, knowledge in general. Maybe. You might be making it up. But if it's just something
So
that
these
is
are all
similar to
just
another book, that doesn't
grasping
mean
at
you're quoting
straws.
it.
So what this is grasping at straws.
No,
right?
because you haven't provided any
obvious
evidence
that
for the Gospel of
Ignatius
Luke
is
prior to
talking
144.
is talking about Matthew. It's obvious that Ignatius is
No.
talking about Matthew and quoting from Matthew.
Sweet. So
when
he
says,
says,
"For what
does he
shall a
say
man
I'm
be
getting it from a
profited
book?
if he gain the whole world?"
Cool.
That's
Does
what
he
he's
say
saying.
I'm
That's
getting it
but
from a
lose his
book?
own soul. That's the direct quote
Does he
from
say
Matthew.
I'm getting it from a book?
He doesn't have to.
Does he say
Because he's drawing from the
as
text.
Matthew says? Does he say that?
No, he does not say that.
Okay, does he say I read this somewhere? Because he didn't meet Jesus.
I don't understand this
Yeah, I understand
obsession
that you
with
don't
the
understand.
idea that
It's
you
just-
need to
what you're
quote
doing
every
is
time
you
you're talking about
you are
somebody.
presenting apologist dog shit talking points. You should feel like dog shit for even bringing them up, and you should really feel like dog shit because of the fact that you're holding on to them, even though you know that what you're doing is assuming. You're assuming that this is a quote, though you don't have any evidence for it. Just like you assumed that Luke was from and John was from the 1st century when you admitted John was after Luke, and you don't have any evidence that Luke was even before 144. I
So
showed
when
you
was
evidence that it
Matthew-
was
when
after
was Matthew
144.
written? When was Matthew written?
Matthew was written as a response or a refutation to Marcion's gospel. Marcion's gospel says that Jesus was the Son of God the Father, a previously unknown God separate from Yahweh, and Jesus descended down to earth as a fully grown man, starts a lot of different institutions like the Lord's Supper or Eucharist or whatever, and like the concept of healing and philosophy and bullshit like that. And then he dies not to die for the sins of humanity, but to purchase humanity's souls away from Yahweh, putting us under a new covenant or a New Testament. He's the first one to even use the phrase New Testament for a canon. That being said, whenever Matthew comes around, Matthew is written as a way to actually bypass God the Father, to say that Jesus is directly connected with Yahweh and say that he is a Christ. It has the birth story. It tries to say that he is actually born here. He's from the line of David in some weird way, shape, or form, even though Matthew skips over generations in his genealogy and includes someone who's cursed. But the point is, and goes to Joseph, so it doesn't matter anyways. But the point is, Matthew is a refutation to the material that is found in Evangelion. The Q source, are you familiar with what the Q source is?
I think I've heard of it, but I don't know off the top of my head.
Are you familiar with the concept of synoptic gospels?
Yes.
Okay, so whenever we take a look at the two-source hypothesis, we're actually going to pull this up here. This is get the fuck out of here. Okay, this is the image that I want to pull up here. Let's see if we can get it. Okay, two-source hypothesis. This is the common, by far the most popular theory of how these gospels come to be. All right, it is the two-source hypothesis. The purple material. Oh, the purple color there indicates material that is found in Mark, Matthew, and Luke. The dark blue is material that is found in Matthew and Luke, but not in Mark. And then the green and the teal are things that are exclusive to Matthew and Luke, respectively. The reason for this hypothesis is because information that is found in Matthew and Luke would likely come from some other source other than Mark, because where else would they get information that they're so closely aligned with that Mark doesn't have? This hypothesis has been suggested for a very long time. Q, which is short for quell, German for the word source, is a hypothetical document that we don't have, that people say, oh, this is what it looks like, or this is what it would look like, blah, 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 blah. But they all agree that there's sections of Matthew and Luke that come from some other source. All right? They're never going to fucking find it because they're looking in the 1st fucking century. It's not going to be there. Q is Evangelion. That is the gospel from Marcion. Matthew and Luke both pull from that particular gospel. There's also, just in case you wanted
Well,
more
what's
proof,
the evidence for Q being the God of being Evangelion?
Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Have you ever heard of the concept of Matthean posteriority?
I can guess what that is. But,
Okay, what is it?
Mark and priority, Matthew posteriority, as in written last.
Sort of, yeah. Of the 3 canonical gospels, it is the concept that Mark came first, and that material went into Luke, and then you have Matthew over here. All right, so this is just kind of a graph that shows it. It's something that some scholars hold to, but it's obviously not the most common. The most common is going to be your two-source hypothesis, but it actually kind of works with it. So let me explain. So one of the reasons for this, when we take a look at some of the evidence, this is one of the most damning pieces of evidence, and if you consider what I'm about to tell you, it will absolutely blow your fucking mind and show you exactly why it would come after Marcion. So
I'd love to consider.
Matthew contains passages that are conflations of elements drawn from Mark and Luke. There are 6 different verses that do this. This phenomenon is unique to Matthew, for there is no similar array of passages in Luke that are composed of elements drawn from Mark and Matthew. Let me explain. In just to give you an example of like one of these situations. Mark, in one particular story of the gospel, says that Jesus says the workers are plenty, the harvest is plenty, but the workers are few. All right? And
Sure.
then in Luke, in a completely different part of the story, not connected to that story at all, not even the timing's off, everything like that. It's a completely different story, but it's still in Luke's gospel. It has Jesus saying, or it says that Jesus looked upon the disciples as if they were sheep without a shepherd. All right? Completely different, unrelated stories. But then Matthew goes and puts those stories or those lines together in the same story. It says that Jesus looked upon the disciples as a sheep without a shepherd, and he said to them, the harvest is plenty, but the workers are few. This happens 6 times. It is taking from a verse in Luke and a verse in Mark that are unrelated and putting them together, whereas this never happens anywhere else. So what they're saying is that these are scholars that are saying that Matthew must have had some kind of a early draft of Luke or Luke itself in front of him, which is why they hold to Matthean posteriority. Matthew must have come after Luke.
Can I ask a question about
Go
this
ahead.
before you continue? Just
Go
a
ahead.
quick question. So you're saying that it is not good to say that, or you are not allowed to say that when Ignatius says in his letter to the Romans, I'm not allowed to say that it's a quote, right? So how are you allowed to say that? I'm not just curious, how are you allowed to say that that's a direct quote and you're stealing that from those gospels when he
I'm
could
not
just be
saying it's
talking about the same thing?
he could be talking about the same thing. It's the fact that when they're talking about these things is explicitly the point. It matters when they're talking about it. That's what I'm talking about. If it doesn't have to say it's a quote. In fact, if you want to argue that he is not quoting them, perfectly fine. But they're still talking about that information at this particular point in time. That's the
Sure.
issue. I am not opposed to the idea that Ignatius, if you were to somehow date him to the first half of the 2nd century, which I don't think you can anyways, but even if you did, I'm not opposed to the idea of somebody talking about somebody early in the 2nd century or early to mid 2nd century when Ignatius is supposedly writing, just talking about these concepts, just talking about him. Talking about him doesn't mean you're quoting it. That doesn't mean that you're getting it from that book. That's what I'm saying. But it does mean that someone at that point in time was talking about it. That's all that it means. And so in this particular case, whenever they have Matthew talking about elements that are found in Mark and Luke, even if he's not directly quoting them, what he's doing is at least giving us this information, and he's giving this information in a weird way because he's taking information that was just kind of talked about here, or Mark decides to put into this story, or Luke decides to put into this story. Matthew decides to write it down in a way that is unknown. It's a completely separate, unique way of doing it. All right.
I guess coloring that by saying, well, he's doing this in a weird way. I don't know I don't know that you can do that be intellectually
he is.
consistent.
He's putting it in a unique
well,
way because
weird
Mark
from your
puts it in one.
perspective.
No, it's unique. That's what I said.
Sure, well, you said weird, but unique.
Well, it's
yes,
still
it's
weird
unique from
considering the
other
fact
two.
that he's the only one who does it.
Sure.
Yeah, and it's unique in the sense that it's, again, unique to him. It literally says in this particular passage here, it says, or in this particular section here on Wikipedia, it says, this phenomenon is unique to Matthew. There is no similar array of passages in Luke that are composed of elements drawn from Mark and Matthew. Now, I'd like to point out at this point in time that every single one of these particular passages where Matthew does this, every single one of them, when he draws from Mark, it draws from Mark. Or when he's talking about something that is in Mark, it's just in Mark. But all the verses or all of the things that are talked about, even if it's not a direct quote, all of the concepts, whenever we look at things found in Luke, are found also in Evangeline. In fact, all the verses that people point to when they say that Luke has to come after Matthew are verses in Luke that are not part of Evangeline. All of the material that people point to, every single verse that people point to in Luke, to say this verse right here shows that it comes after Matthew, they are pointing to verses that are not found in Evangeline. And every single instance right here, when it in this text right here where it says that it's conflating Mark and Luke, whenever it does that, every single verse here in Luke, every single verse is actually found in Evangeline, which would mean that if Matthew has a version of Evangeline in front of him, he is actually pulling from Luke, or what the scholars are calling Luke, because Luke pulls from Evangeline, and then the Gospel of Luke comes after Matthew. It goes Mark, Matthew, Luke, just like everyone else says, but around the time of Mark is Evangeline. Evangeline is the Q source. Matthew pulls from the Q source, it pulls from Evangeline, and tries to refute it. It has Jesus saying, I did not come to abolish the law, I came to fulfill the law. So it's literally going against Marcionite theology. Luke straight up takes Evangeline and adds to it in order to attempt to change its theology. Jesus is not from some other God. Jesus is directly foretold by prophets in the Old Testament. He's connected a little bit more with John the Baptist in Luke. He's got a slightly different ending there in Luke as well. And it's published as the Gospel of Luke. And then, as you said, John has to follow suit, or John has to follow after that. John is later. It's Mark, Matthew, Luke, John, and Evangeline is around the time of Mark.
Interesting. I still don't understand the connection with Evangelion. I don't know what you mean by that.
What are you?
I don't know what you mean by that.
What are you trying to get to? Like, what do you not understand?
I don't know if you explained that in the bit. Like, can you explain that one more time?
Again, for what? What connection?
Like you're saying that that Mark or that Matthew is taking from
Matthew is
Evangelion?
Matthew is pulling stories from there, but it's not a direct quotation.
Sure, so he's taking from Evangelion, is what you're saying?
He's taking stories from it. He's taking stories from it, and he's changing things. He's influenced by Marcion's Evangeline, and he's trying to refute it. Luke is straight up just copying it, and then just making slight edits, and then adds something to the beginning and something to the end. Like Matthew is like a refutation of it. It's got the material in it, but it's not word for word. Luke is word for word Evangeline. 100% of Evangeline is found in the Gospel of Luke. With just things are added to it.
Interesting. I've never seen someone so talk about Marcion so much. I think he's an interesting guy. So this is really interesting. I've never seen someone talk about Evangelion or Marcion so much.
Marcion is someone who is popping up a lot more within scholarship on the New Testament. Much, obviously recent scholarship on it, because we're starting to find out that the New Testament is written in the 2nd century. You have not only Marcion is the first to publish the New Testament canon in 144, and the only reason that people have not really looked too terribly much into him is because there has been this weird compromise between non-Christian scholars and Christian scholars who really want the text to be early, and non-Christian scholars are like, we'll grant you like the end of the 1st century, that kind of thing. There's been so many years, so many decades, so many centuries that we have said that the New Testament is written in the 1st century, so we don't even consider Marcion. There are the three people who talk about him the most, there's not the only mentions of him, but the 3 people who talk about him the most, Irenaeus, Tertullian, and Origen. From 180 to 240, they talk so much shit about this guy that the Christians today and scholars today just assume that he's just a non-starter. He's just some loser who shows up later. But the fact that he is the first one to publish a New Testament canon, and the fact that we are slowly starting to realize that we don't have jack fucking shit before him on Jesus or Paul or any of the Gospels or anything from the New Testament, it is starting to highlight Marcion as the start of at the very least, the text for this text-based religion. I am not saying that he starts Christianity. Christianity existed prior. We have elements of Christianity going back to the 1st century BCE. But I am saying that the first person to publish a story about this mythology of Jesus and this concept of Paul is Marcion in 144.
I mean, there is a Marcionite canon. It's, I mean, obviously rejected.
I mean, it's just Evangeline
by the Orthodox Church.
It's just Evangeline and 9 or 10 books written in the style of letters attributed to Paul. That's all that it is. Well, technically, I guess you could also say Antitheses. Antitheses is a book that he comes out with that just explains his theology. It's actually mentioned in 1 Timothy, by the way. 1 Timothy says to avoid antitheses and Gnosticism, which is 2nd century stuff. It says that in the Greek.
Interesting.
Yep. But those are pastorals, and pastorals weren't even included in Marcion's thing. Like I said, he had 9 or 10, depending on whether or not he had Philemon. He may have had Philemon, may not have. But the pastorals, the other 3 of the 13 that say that they're from Paul in the New Testament today, those are after that. I mean, we already know that that's not from Paul, but considering the fact that Marcion produces 9 or 10 that do not include the pastorals, and then the pastorals mention antitheses and Gnosticism, we can see that the pastorals are absolutely in the 2nd century. Hell, 2 Timothy mentions Polycarp, his Latin name Carpus, and his scribe Crescens, who dies in 180. So yeah, the New Testament's 2nd century, man. I don't know what to tell you.
It's interesting. I'll look into this some more. I think this is a productive conversation for me. Yeah, you're an interesting guy. I like to talk with you. Your name's Jaron. Jaron.
Yep.
Jerran.
Well, look.
Is that
it's
right?
written on the front of the book. You can check it out. The ebook is just $3, man. It's not like it's super expensive or anything like that. It's $3. It's me and my data science co-partner, my co-author. We take a look at the New Testament. We take a look at the Codex Sinaiticus and Codex Vaticanus. We chop it up into chapters, compare it against itself, and compare it to anything we can get our hands on in Greek from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd century, as well as some of the 4th century CE and the 1st century BC. And we try to see when it was written, and if we can try to find out who wrote it, we can dive into that. We use a myriad of different ways to do this. One of the ways that we analyze a text is using stilometry. It's a peer-reviewed and accepted form of literary analysis which seeks to attribute authorship. And we see that the New Testament, again, is written in the 2nd century. And in some cases, we're able to, like with Luke and Marcion there, we're able to identify some authorship of at least some of it.
Sure. So just before I quit out and let somebody else come in, why would you say that so many scholars believe that Jesus and Paul existed?
I would say that, well, the majority of scholars that are in the field of religion, the majority of them have some kind of religious leanings somehow, but there are plenty of non-religious, personally religious scholars that say that Jesus existed. Some of them, like Bart Ehrman, say he definitely existed. But the reason for this, in many cases, most of them just say he probably existed, likely existed, or don't have a problem with it. But the reason, like someone like Bart Ehrman says he definitely existed, is because they're relying on church history or they're putting a really high, fairly arbitrary level of reliability on church fathers and church history, when I'm just not going to do that just because. I'm going to ask, okay, what evidence do we have? What does the internal critique actually say? What does the content of these writings say? When can we actually nail down these things? Luke and Acts are, if you check out our book, Luke and Acts, that's our like anchor, if you will, for the New Testament, because I am just as sure that Luke and Acts are written in the middle of the 2nd century as I am that I'm talking to you on TikTok right now. All right, because there's a myriad of different ways that we can nail it down to this time period. So we just kind of used that as an idea as to how can we pull the rest of it to that? Can we use that as a time frame or a point of reference for the rest of the New Testament? And similarly, we can do this for like the church fathers and stuff. We can try to figure out whether or not what they're saying is legit or whether or not it's written at this time or this time, that kind of thing. But let me give an example. Bart Ehrman, exact example. Bart Ehrman, and I'm quoting from him. So he talks about Jesus. He talks about Paul. And he says, Paul met James, the brother of Jesus. And to quote Bart Ehrman, he said, "You can't have a brother and not exist." And that makes sense. It does. And people eat it all up. But guess what? No one outside of Christianity even mentions Paul. No one mentions Paul till about 144. And on top of that, when we reconstruct what Paul's letters had in it, when Marcion produces it or publishes it in 144, you can read all the different reconstructions that we have of it. They don't mention meeting James. That is something that we see is added later in the 2nd century. It is not something, they never straight up mention it. It straight up never mentions James, the brother of Jesus, in the first iterations of Paul's letters. So unless you can show that there's some version of Paul's letters that existed before Marcion that had James in it, the oldest version of Paul's letters that we have are from Marcion in 144. Probably not from Paul at all. That doesn't really make a lot of sense anyways, and we can get into that if you really want to, but probably not. But the point is, in 144, these versions don't say shit about that. But that is Bart Ehrman's gotcha. That is his strongest argument. And it's gone. And he relies entirely on the church in order to make it.
Well, I think Bart Ehrman is not a particularly persuasive individual from either end of the spectrum, either way.
Well, I'm just kind of letting you know why people say that.
Sure,
Some
sure.
people will follow in lockstep with him. So that's why scholars
Yeah, I
will
don't think that's a
generally
good
say
idea.
that Paul existed or that Jesus existed. They'll say these things because they, well, take what the early church said is, for lack of a better term, gospel.
Bart Ehrman is also the person that says that Jesus never claimed to be God, which I think from the text is completely a ridiculous thing to claim.
I think, especially in John, it's pretty obvious that there was a connection there between the Jesus character and the Yahweh character, obviously. But yeah.
And then just one, sorry to take up your time, one more thing. Just about when would you date, I guess, the Jesus figure as coming about?
With Marcion. You could say he's the first one to publish it. You could say that someone was talking about it prior or something like that, I guess. But
with Jesus at all?
Yeah, I'd say that
Marcion?
Yeah, because no one mentions him prior to Marcion. We just don't have it.
That's not true. Pliny the Younger's letter to the Emperor Trajan in 117 directly quotes that Christians, first of all, are existing, and not only that they're existing, but they're worshiping Jesus as a god. So that comes in 117. It's a direct letter, and then Trajan replies to Pliny the Younger in that letter. So I think that obviously it comes before Marcion in 144, whatever you said.
It doesn't say Jesus, and it doesn't say a God. It says they sing a hymn antiphonally to Christ as God. A is that's an article, and Latin doesn't have articles. The word a is put in there by Christians who translate that and try to assume that Christ is meaning Jesus, who was a person, so therefore it would need to be separate from God. What it's saying there is, at best, that Christ is their deity. Christ is a title. It means anointed, and it was applied to a whole bunch of different deities and people prior to even the Christians coming around, that kind of thing. In fact, I would say that who he's probably talking about is, yes, the Christians, but the deity that they worship is Christ. That's why my book, me and my co-author's book, it's called Christ Before Jesus, is because we acknowledge that Christians did exist going back as early as about the 1st century BCE or so, but they worshipped a Christ deity as opposed to Jesus. Jesus is a mythology that they end up with, thanks to Marcion, in the 140s. But the deity who they're probably worshiping, if you're wondering that, is probably Serapis. Serapis was known as a Christ and was worshipped in Sinope, Asia Minor, where Sinope is the largest city in Pliny's. Yeah, that's where Marcion comes from. It's also the largest city in Pliny's region. Also, I'd like to say that in 300 BCE, Ptolemy I Soter, and you can look this up, just don't let me blow smoke up your ass, look it up, he brought down a statue of Serapis from Sinope down to Alexandria in 300 BCE in order to bridge the gap between Greek and Egyptian religions. They immediately started worshiping it down in Alexandria. Later on, in the 20s, roughly 20 or so, we have Philo of Alexandria writing a book called On the Contemplative Life. And in this book, he writes about the Therapeutai, a group that lives around Lake Marotus in Alexandria. And they have these rituals that are very similar to what Pliny talks about as far as the Christians in 111 or early 112. The point is, they have a connection with Serapis, according to an inscription on the Greek island of Delos. And on top of that, Epiphanius and Eusebius in the 4th century, Christian historians, say that the Therapeutai were the first Christian monks. Which doesn't even make sense because they date prior to the supposed ministry of Jesus. Eusebius and Epiphanius just flubbed it. They just completely fucked up. But they did see the connection between these things. Yep.
Interesting. Alrighty. Well, sorry, there's a big vacuum in the background.
Yeah. So yeah, I would say that what Pliny is running into is a group that probably worships Serapis or is connected to some extent to Serapis at some point in time. And in the 130s, there's a supposed letter from Emperor Hadrian down to his friend in Alexandria that says, the Christians in Alexandria worship Serapis. A bishop of Christ is none other than a bishop of Serapis. This is found in the book Historia Augusta from the 4th century.
Sure, and then Pliny talking about the way that these Christians lived. You say that wouldn't be evidence of them following Jesus' teaching, but it would be evidence of Serapin?
It's very similar to the way that the Therapeutai are mentioned. The Therapeutai are mentioned as people who get together once a week, and they have like a meal and shit like that, and they live in like communes. They like share a bunch of shit. As far as the Christians are mentioned there, it says that they get together, they have a meal on a fixed day, and then they sing a hymn antiphonally to Christ as God. Yeah, as like their God there. Yep.
Sure.
But yeah, I would say that's him running into Christians. At this point in time, I'd like to let you know that at this point in time in 111, according to what you were saying earlier, all of the New Testament should have been written and disseminated. How he doesn't get the name Jesus after like torturing some of these people and unfortunately unaliving some of these people is beyond me. He doesn't mention anything from the New Testament. Literally doesn't mention the name Jesus, doesn't mention Jerusalem, any connection to Judea, any connection to Judaism, doesn't mention the Fiscus Judaicus, which was a tax levied against the Jewish people, specifically for this purpose of like not worshiping the Roman gods and stuff. He doesn't mention virgin birth, crucifixion, nothing. And this is one of the longer letters that he writes. And when Emperor Hadrian writes, Emperor Trajan. When Trajan writes back, Trajan says, he just says, "Hey, you're doing the right thing. You just kind of keep it going there, but they're not to be hunted down. Like they're not trying to stamp out Christianity or anything like that. They just see it as kind of weird."
Well, I mean, they are torturing these people and executing them.
Well, he's doing that because they broke the law, which is you have to worship the Roman emperor. And he writes to the emperor and he says a true Christian, it says, cannot do that. Like a true Christian that is said cannot worship you or whatever. He's writing as if he has no idea who they are, and he was the second most powerful man in Rome. He's literally called my secondus by Emperor Trajan. It seems weird that he wouldn't know this and kind of
Christianity in the early 100s wouldn't be a large group of people. It would be a small sect, a small
big enough
Jewish
in the 60s.
sect.
It's big enough in the 60s that Nero could tell the difference between a Christian and a Jewish person, and that is about 50 years prior. So no, and there's no evidence whatsoever to suggest that Christianity comes from Judaism. It's more of something from the Greco-Egyptian religion that is in that area to some extent. So especially post Bar Kokhba revolt, you would get more Jewish mix in.
There's no evidence to suggest that Christianity comes from Judaism?
Correct. Yep. We don't get the stories that connect anything with Judaism whatsoever until post-Bar Kokhba revolt, which is when Emperor Hadrian banishes the Jewish people from Judea and they go into the surrounding areas. And it's at that point that about a decade later we get the first gospel that places Jesus in that area.
You're saying these gospels are placed later. Okay.
Yeah, he places them in that area, but Marcion is straight up saying Yahweh fucking sucks. So like, it's it might even be anti-Semitic. The first gospel. It's just that the later gospels are more leaning towards that Jewish thought and more connected with it. There's not really any evidence that it's coming from Jewish people per se, but it's coming from second century people who are definitely more familiar with Judaism because of that diaspora out of Judea in the 130s.
So would you argue that figures like Peter and the rest of the disciples didn't exist as well?
So in short, yes. Longer answer, there's a slight chance. I would grant a slight chance to the inner circle being real people who existed in the evolution of Christianity, just not like actual disciples. Like Peter, James, and John, I don't really have a problem with them being people who existed, who are part of like different like church leaders or something like that. But I mean, to say, obviously I wouldn't say that they're disciples of Jesus. But we don't have any mention outside of Christianity once in antiquity of any of the disciples. So the evidence is obviously not good at all, but I don't really have a problem with maybe the first three because they seem to be the people who they connect to as much as possible with apostolic lineage and stuff. They try to say, oh, hey, we're going to appeal to this guy. We're going to appeal to this guy. I would assume that that's just like a prominent leader that they just kind of worked into the story somehow. And
I guess I'm curious that you're not more like staunch that they didn't exist, because I feel like the evidence for them existing is drawn directly from the evidence or the so-called evidence that Jesus existed. So I guess I'm curious as to why you're not as hard on that. I mean, they don't matter as much as Jesus, obviously. So, like to the grand scheme of things, but
yeah, I mean, them
I guess
just
that's why
being
you're like,
people
it's
who
possible,
are part of it. I mean, it doesn't really mean much, but I would still say no. I would still say no, they didn't exist. We don't have any evidence for them, and yeah, but we don't have a lot of. I mean, the way that they're depicted in the New Testament definitely didn't exist. Definitely not. I mean, not at all. But to say that they were people who were just involved, especially maybe John, I'd be quicker to say John than anybody else because John supposedly is alive around like the beginning of the turn of the second century there. And so I don't think he's a disciple at all. I think he's just somebody who people sort of kind of knew, somebody who was involved with Christianity. But still, it's definitely not good evidence at all, especially not the John of the New Testament. He didn't exist. I can definitely say that. I mean, because the New Testament tries to say that this guy is like writing shit, and it doesn't make any sense because it also says in Acts 4:13 that he's illiterate. So, and I don't know why he would be writing things in a language that he doesn't even speak.
Interesting. Well, thank you for your time. That was a interesting conversation. I might pick up your book.
Yep.
Give it a read.
Check it out. Let me know what you think. At the very least, you can check it out, and for $3 there, the link's in the bio or on YouTube profile there. You can check it out, and it'll be a kind of a cheat sheet to knowing what I'm about to say. So you can come up here and be like, oh, hey, here's where I argue, here's where I disagree, and you're already knowing what my argument's going to be. So.
Sure, I'll be looking. I'm going to look some more into Marcion. I've never given Marcion much thought.
He's coming back
just because his beliefs are so. I mean, yeah, the two gods is definitely definitely a bit too much.
Yeah, I mean it's different, but I would say that this is because. Oh, and by the way, that other god, Tertullian has a whole like couple paragraphs about how that god that Marcion believes is God the Father. He keeps calling him the unknown God, the unknown God, the unknown God.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
When Ptolemy brings down the statue of Serapis from Sinope, later hometown of Marcion, much later, but still that area. When he brings it down to Alexandria, people said, why did you do this? And he says, it's because I had a dream from the unknown God. So, again,
I don't know. I don't see the.
It's the fact that this is absolutely something that is connected to some extent with a mystery cult that had been around for quite some time. Marcion's gospel is weird to you and to everybody because it is very clearly different from where the proto-Catholics took it. The proto-Catholics is what my co-author and I, what we call like what the sect of Christianity that gives us the Gospels, or it gives us the canon that we have today to some extent, and it kind of picks these things out. Like Irenaeus, we would call a proto-Catholic. They're not really called Catholics at that point in time, obviously, but nevertheless, they're the sect that would eventually become like more like the Catholic branch and whatnot. But my point is, prior to them, we have Evangeline, and it's weird because it's like you're missing link. It's Lucy. It is the missing link between proto-Catholicism, which we're more familiar with, that kind of concept, and this mystery cult, if you will. It doesn't make a lot of sense because it's right there in the middle.
So where does the connect, you're saying that the connection to, like the idea that these, I guess you would call them proto-Catholics, are saying Yahweh and God the Father, they're connecting that after the fact, and they're trying to like add in this Jewish connection that doesn't exist?
They want to eliminate the concept of this other God completely and focus more on connecting Jesus with Yahweh directly, as opposed to going through God the Father. They're just going to go directly to Yahweh. And it makes sense that the proto-Catholics would be the ones that would grow the most and be the most popular and last the longest and everything, outlast everyone else, all the other sects of Christianity, because if you are a sect that ties in closer to Judaism, which at the time was about 10% of the Roman Empire and definitely a lot of people in that area, then you're gonna grow faster. The staying power of Christianity is there because of the fact that it's very pliable. Jesus can really be whatever the fuck you want him to be. Republicans use him today to say that he would have been somebody who was fighting for his people first, that kind of thing. Then you have more liberal ass hippies who are just like out there saying, oh, Jesus was all about peace and love and radical feminism. He calls a woman a dog, but whatever. The point is, at a certain point, you got to realize that these stories can be all things to all people, and so it helps to have your foot in the door. Oh, you have a god that, like Dionysus, that changes water to wine. So do we. Oh, your god Serapis, he heals people, and he
that's how
even
you
like we have say what?
So that's how you'd say that those miracles are trying to connect as much as possible to these other.
I mean, to some extent, it's like a trope. It's just a trope, but it's just the fact that like you can use this as a way to get in. It's not even what I'm saying. It's what even Justin Martyr was saying. Justin Martyr lamented the fact that if you preach Jesus to the cult of Asclepius, and I've got a book here from Asclepius, is massive. This is every mention of Asclepius that we have from history. And in this text, we have multiple lines from like Justin Martyr and people in the 2nd century who are saying, hey, there's this cult of Asclepius, and when we approach them, they're basically like, oh yeah, we already worship a healer god. He's like Asclepius, and they don't like that, but they tell you how to approach them because it's a foot in the door. You have something that's very similar.
Interesting.
Yeah. So now, I, as far as the actual supernatural things and the claims there in the New Testament stuff, I'm not saying that they are like I'm not like a zeitgeist type. Like obviously, zeitgeist is like that video that came out in the early 2000s is saying like Jesus is just Horus or Jesus is just myth. No, what I'm saying is that those would be tropes. Like if I told you to come up with a superhero, you would come up with things that we all think about superheroes having. That's not saying that like you are copying somebody. That's just what a superhero is. Like it's a trope. If you're coming up with a god back then, you'd come up with gods who do certain things because of godlike abilities, like resurrecting or walking on water or changing water to wine or controlling the weather or like Zeus literally is like throwing lightning bolts and controlling the weather, and Poseidon controls the weather, and no one blinks an eye when it says that Jesus is able to control the storm. That's really weird. But obviously, I don't talk a lot about the supernatural stuff. But you can clearly tell that it's like a trope. It's like a genre, if you will.
Well, I mean, his disciples definitely did not bat an eye when he said slaves. They were terrified, right? So it's not that they didn't bat an eye. It's just that they kind of saw that and then saw his power. Either way, whatever. But yeah, fascinating stuff. I'll take a look into more of that, into more of Marcion, and some of that stuff. This is a fun conversation.
Yep. Well, that's why I do it every day, every weekday.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you very much. That was Joe Long, everybody. Joe Long with some good questions, good conversation. I want to see some W's for Joe. Can we get some W's for Joe there in the chat? Thank you very much, Joe, for coming up. Hopefully, if you check out the book, you're able to either send an email. Our email address is there in the book, or you can send a DM, or you can come back up here and we can have a conversation. Yeah, that guy's name was either Joe Long or it was Joel Ong. Or Joel on G. Pretty sure it was Joe Long. Can't imagine it was anything else. I'm pretty sure it was Joe Long. Let's see. And then we got let's see. $2 from Maximum Fellas over there on YouTube. Says Google the scholarly consensus on Jesus' existence. The scholarly consensus is that Jesus probably existed or likely existed or that he existed. Either way, it doesn't really matter. I don't care about the scholarly consensus because the scholarly consensus at one point in time was that the sun went around the earth. I care about the evidence. What evidence do they actually have that this is the case? That's what's important. That is what's important. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and then we've got $2 from Matthew Mulkeen over there. Nice to have a guest listening instead of crashing. Yeah, that is true. He came in here hot and heavy, said that he disagreed with 3 different things that I had talked about, but then over time started to go, wait a minute. This guy's not entirely stupid. What is going on? Something's going on out in front of that. Oh, someone's getting towed. That sucks. That sucks. Not me. All right. Yeah. He's like, maybe this guy's not absolutely batshit insane. And so you just kind of, after a while, you just kind of have a conversation at a certain point. Let's see. $2 there from Alotenup says, the queef master just queefed a W queef. That doesn't, I don't know what that means. I'm not really sure if I follow what you're talking about there. All right. Let's see. And then $5 Canadian from Matthew Gerwing says, was Serapis the first attempt at creating a global / Mediterranean syncretic faith? I can't imagine he was. Well, first deliberate attempt? Damn, maybe. Because prior to that, you'd have people who say, oh, hey, this is my God, and I'm going to introduce him to you, and you better believe him. You'd also have people who... You also had people who would change, like, a God would evolve over time, so, like, Zeus would become Jupiter, that kind of thing. Maybe. I don't know. That's a good question. Was Serapis the first attempt at creating a global / Mediterranean syncretic faith? I don't know. That's actually a good question, and it's very possible. $5 Canadian from Ali says, stuck working from home with 2 ankle surgeries. This is therapeutic. Woot woot. You put a question in there. Woot woot. Put a question mark in the middle of that. So woot woot. I'm Ron Burgundy. Yeah, I have no idea. No, Han Scolo. I see that comment over there. That's absolutely not. Oh, and I think maybe they're connecting. Maybe they're saying something that's like pro, like ICP or something. I mentioned ICP one time because Bree was part of that cult. I'm just kidding, but maybe. I don't know. I don't know her stance. Her stance on IBLP, her stance on ICP, I don't know. But yeah, and hopefully you recover from your 2 ankle surgeries. Is it both ankles or is it 2 ankle surgeries on the same ankle? Or is it both? So, okay. Story time. Now it's time for story time with Jaren, the part of the show where Jaren comes out and tells a silly story. And now, without further ado, here's Jaren with a story about his childhood where he said something stupid. Okay, so when I was a kid, how old was I? I was about maybe 10 or 11 or so. I was about 10 or 11, and I had there was a family friend that I knew a little bit of or something, and this family friend got into a car accident and broke his legs. And my mom told me, they're like, oh, this family friend, I can't remember his, I think his name was Luke. I think Luke broke his legs. You know, I'm like, damn. Well, I didn't say damn. I was like, man, he broke both of his legs. That sucks. So the point is, I then go to church later on that week or something. I don't know. I spent a lot of time in church, like a lot. So I went to church and somebody asked at the end of like I think it was like a kids choir thing. I don't know. And the teacher asked, "Is there anything that anybody would like to have us pray for?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, I've got something." And I said, "My family friend Luke, he got into a car accident." And I was like, "Oh no, oh no, oh no, Mr. Bill." Yeah. So I was like, yeah. And I wanted to let him know what happened. I said, he broke 2 of his legs. So I'm an idiot. That's not how you're supposed to say it. I mean, is it true that he broke 2 of his legs? Yes, it is. Is that how you say it? No, that's not how I would go about it. And there was this girl in my choir class there, who ended up being valedictorian of her class. Her name, I'm not gonna give her name, but she's really cool. But she looked at me like I was a fucking moron. Just looked at me, and we're all like holding hands. There's like a prayer circle or whatever, you know what I'm talking. You Christians know what I'm talking about. So we're all in a prayer circle, and she looks at me, breaks like the moment, and she goes, 2 of his legs? How many does he have? And everybody starts laughing. I shit you not. I noticed my mistake, and because this bitch decided to just call out my dumb ass in front of everyone, I looked her in her ocular nerves, to quote Key and Peele, and I said, 3. Not like talking about like a like a giant dick. I wasn't thinking like that at 10 years old. I lied and doubled down on my dumbass mistake and told everybody that he had 3 legs. And everyone who was laughing when I said that, they just all went like, "Oh." Like they just kind of stopped laughing, probably because they either thought I was straight up just insane, or they thought that he was maybe like, I don't know, someone who like is deformed or something. And so they all just shut up. No idea. It was it still eats me up at night. to think that I had said something so stupid and then couldn't even laugh at myself. Couldn't even laugh at myself. And then I couldn't even stomach other people laughing at me. I was a dumbass and a little bitch. All right. Yeah, you dumbass. Yeah, exactly. Luke was Jaren's friend from Chernobyl. Yeah, that's in my mind. I went home and I was like at first, as soon as I did that, like I actually felt a little pride. I was like, yeah, so stop laughing at me. He's got 3 legs. Yeah, what do you want to do now? You're going to laugh at the freak? It's unforgivable. But then later on, I was like, I don't think they bought that story. I don't know what they were thinking. So I'm glad that Luke did not come up in another discussion later on. All right. $2 from Elope Nope says Han Skolo quote CBJ the last queef bender. Yes, I did read that, and I said I wasn't going to read it, and apparently I did read it because Elope Nope made me read it. Asshole. All right. $5 from Jacqueline Hollow says, I feel like Inanna. Okay. I feel like Inanna was an attempt at a syncretic goddess that is often overlooked in the discussion of apotheosis deities. So, yeah, maybe. Yeah. I mean, realistically, any deity is designed to try to be like for the group to follow, like to try to say, oh, hey, you should follow this group. But to design it specifically with the idea of like to introduce it to another group, not in a hostile way, but just in a way to say, hey, we would like for you to connect this way. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. Because it's not even like proselytizing. Like Christians don't show up on like a mission trip to like Nicaragua or something like that. And they're like, oh, hey, here's Jesus. What you should do is mix him in with all the other, well, they're Catholic, so that's not going to work. Let's say show up in India or something like that and be like, oh, hey, here's Jesus. You should mix him in with all your Hindu ideas. Like, no, they're just going to be like, you should lose the Hindu ideas and follow Jesus. Like, that's what the missionaries do. So I don't know. This would be, maybe Inanna would be another one. I don't know. I haven't really looked much into like, just like attempts at syncretic deities. Okay. And then finally, $5 Canadian from Allie says, she was a jackass. 1 ankle went rogue, 2 surgeries. Okay. 2 surgeries. 1 ankle, 2 surgeries. 2 surgeries, 1 foot. You do the math. And then woot. I still don't know what that means. I don't know if that. Are you a fan of IC? Like, I thought that was whoop. I don't know. All right, we got Jesucito Rivada.
Jesus.
Yeah. What you got, buddy?
I don't know. Like, so you're saying like you don't believe Jesus existed ever? No, I'm just playing. No, I'm just. I just wanted to. No, I've noticed. I've been seeing you for a couple of days. I've noticed that you do get pretty annoyed at dumb questions like that. So.
So you decided to start off your conversation with asking a question that annoys me?
Yeah, just a little bit. Just to break the ice a little, you know?
Still pretty frozen over here, man. Still pretty cold. You got anything else?
But like, I mean, I know. I mean, I don't know. Like, my question is like, why do you like if you don't believe Jesus ever existed? Why are you trying to prove that he didn't?
Because I want society to be as smart as possible, as intelligent as possible, as knowledgeable as possible, and I want society to benefit, and we benefit whenever we believe as many true things as possible and stop believing as many false things as possible.
Okay, So, do you believe, you believe religion, or I guess believing in God is like a way of keeping us dumb and complacent, I guess?
Well, religion is opiates for the masses, but nevertheless, we're talking just about like historicity, like believing things that don't have any historical evidence whatsoever or have evidence against them historically. It's definitely keeping society down.
Oh, okay. Right, I do understand, you're saying, we shouldn't believe in, I guess, saying, God healed a man's, blindness. We shouldn't be believing that stuff, because we don't have
Well,
any
that's a
actual
supernatural
proof of
claim, and
it.
you shouldn't be believing that anyways. But as far as Jesus actually existing, yeah, I don't think you should believe that.
Oh, okay. But you said you were Christian. You were you would go to the church. So what why?
Why was I Christian?
No, why did you just do a 180 and was like, nah, we shouldn't believe in this guy?
Because at a certain point I said, hey, I'd like to take a look at evidence of this.
And you just never found any hardcore stuff?
Yeah. You should always want to make sure that what you believe is true and that you have evidence to support what you believe. And if you don't, at least put it to the side and say, I'm going to wait until I get evidence.
Okay, I guess. But, I mean, yeah, you're right. But, I mean, I know, I know I can, drink coffee and I'll feel a little more
Well, you
energized. I don't
might
know the
want to
scientific.
drink coffee because it sounds like you're talking at half the speed of smell, dude. I need you to, get your words out a little faster.
Okay, but, I don't know the scientific proof behind what makes you, I guess, energized from coffee, but I don't go around asking myself, what is it? What is it in there? You know what I mean?
He needs some milk.
Should I go about doing that? Because, I mean, I don't know. I feel kind of stupid.
I don't even know what he's talking about.
Because, I mean, I know coffee, you drink coffee, you drink enough coffee, you'll feel awake. You'll be awake, you'll be up and out, doing your stuff.
I'm going to keep it real with you, Chief. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I really don't.
Well, I'm just trying to say, I know the effects of doing something, but I don't go about wondering why it affects me. You know what I mean? I'm not a Christian, man. I don't do all that stuff.
Flawless victory.
That was weird. I don't know what that was all about. Legitimately no idea what that was about. I don't know what he was talking about. All right, Neo, what you got, man? Oh, you muted. Wait, you can unmute there. There you go.
Oh, what's up, man?
Hey.
What's up? So, I did the research on our last conversation. It just took a while to get back here, but
on the caffeine conversation.
Yeah, that conversation. I was losing brain cells on that one. No, but it was on the Christians being the followers of Serapis, right? I searched up the letter from.
Okay. Yeah.
Christians, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then that letter from the Historia of Augustus, from my research, says that it's unreliable and there's fabrications in it, and that there's no
No,
other sources
Historia,
stating that.
yeah. So Historia Augusta is, well, I mean, I don't know why there would be other sources stating a letter that's not in Christianity per se, and literally against the act of religion or the biggest religion there. But the letter itself is found in a collection called Historia Augusta, and Historia Augusta
Right.
does have things in it that are questionable or fake. Not all of it is fake. It's a collection of a whole bunch of different writings. But what that means is that it's either something that was written by Emperor Hadrian or it's something that was written by somebody in the 4th century. So either either this was a real letter or somebody in the 4th century was hot on the trail and said that the Christians in that time, in the early 2nd century at least, worshipped Serapis. There's literally been no other claims at any point in time that the Christians worshipped any other god other than Yahweh. Like that's not a thing. Like, so for someone to come out in the 4th century and say, "Hey, this is what Christians actually believed early on," and explicitly be Serapis, who we also find other ways to connect Christianity to, that's bizarre. I don't know how there's only been one attempt, and it was an attempt that seems to line up with what the other things that we see, and I don't know why that god was picked. It's either something from Emperor Hadrian or it's from the 4th century. Either way, it's pretty bad. I even if Hadrian didn't write it, somebody's still
Right, but
making
then
that accusation in the 4th century that the Christians worship Serapis and
right,
trying to
right.
say that
But
they did
then
early.
there's no other, right? That's the only one. So then
Well,
I feel
it's a
like there
letter.
shouldn't.
It's like a reconstruction of a letter, or it's like a quote of a letter.
But shouldn't there be something outside of it? Because like you said, it's unreliable. I mean, it's not like all of it is not. It's kind of unreliable. So like you said,
It's
we don't
not
know
like
if this
part
one
of a
was.
religion or something. Like, so it's from a collection that comes from supposedly a freed slave of Hadrian. So in other words, it's a letter that is from Hadrian to somebody down in Alexandria, supposedly. Let's say
Right.
it's a real letter. I don't know why we'd have multiple copies of it. I don't know why anybody within Christianity would have preserved it.
All right.
I mean, the
The
fact that we
research.
have any of it is really pretty mind-boggling because it's literally anti what the Christians believe, and they were who were in charge starting at the end of the 4th century. So Historia Augusta dates to the 4th century, like that's when the collection's put together. So I mean, the fact that we have anything that is questioning of Christianity that dates to that time period is incredibly amazing. In fact, the other things that we have that like question Christianity, especially early on, we only have people responding from Christian side. Like we don't have writings from Celsus who talks about Christianity. We don't have writings from Trypho if he existed. We have dialogue with Trypho from Justin Martyr. We have Contra Celsum from Origen. The Christians didn't like keeping that stuff around. They had no motive. They had no incentive to keep these things around that make their religion look stupid or bad. They just have what they would keep is they would keep the people who respond to it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what you're saying. I mean, like I said, I researched this a while back, and I'm coming here to just touch bases on it. And then I just saw now too. I'm asking AI. There's a word here that I don't even know what it means, man. Because so I'm trying to see what they're saying. It wasn't a literal statement in that letter. It was like let me find the word. That it was like a syncretism, which says like it's like talking about rituals, and it's like I don't know. I guess it was like I don't know. That's what AI is telling me, that it wasn't like a literal statement. That it was just I have to search up what the word means because I'm just going back to it right now.
Syncretic. That when I say religion was syncretic, That's what it's talking. The AI is trying to say that like Christianity was syncretic, or they're talking about something that's syncretic.
So what are they saying? Like this wasn't a literal, like they weren't trying to make a
what
literal
AI
statement?
is trying to do is trying to say that like it's not a letter that is real and saying that they worship Serapis and only Serapis. It's trying to take some like halfway point and say that it's saying the Christians worship Jesus and Serapis or something, because it finds that down in Alexandria you would have a lot of syncretic religions, like, well, the worship of Serapis. Because Serapis himself is syncretic. He's a mixture of Greek gods and Egyptian gods. So yeah, like it's so in other words, that's not the word that it's using there is not, it's not like dismissing the letter as forgery really. It's just kind of making an observation of what Christianity could have looked like, I guess, if it was a real letter, I guess. It's not really damning. It's just kind of a statement. It's just
say you grant me that this, that the questions used in Pliny or in Tacitus, I forget which other ones we talked about. If you do grant me that one, does that debunk your whole stance, or you think that's still not enough?
If I grant you what?
That the Christians used in Tacitus and Pliny are the Christians from Judea, from Jesus mentioned.
Well, obviously, if I grant you that the Christians are from Jesus, then yeah, that would be me saying Jesus started it.
So then that's what I'm saying. That's where I think this is where your argument, for me, in my opinion,
doesn't say anything about Jesus.
Which letter?
Wait.
So our last conversation. Yeah,
are we still talking about the letter?
No. I'm saying, like, hypothetically, right? Because last time we spoke, it was about either Pliny or Tacitus, where they mentioned it was the name Christ, where the origins come from. Christians, I don't know how to say it exactly. Remember that? And then you told me that Christians used there in either Pliny or Tacitus, I don't remember, is talking about the followers of Serapis. So I went to go do research.
Yeah, I would say so, yeah. Or I would say like either that or like an offshoot of Serapis or something like that, Serapis worship.
Right. So what I was trying to say, so what I was trying to say now is, like, when I researched it, it says that, like you said, the history of Augustus, those letters, they're unreliable, and that historians don't really uphold to that as like a reliable source. And then I couldn't find anything else about Serapis being, the followers of Serapis being called Christians. So where I landed.
I mean, Epiphanius and Eusebius said that the earliest Christian monks are the Therapeutae, and the Therapeutae have a connection with Serapis. So I mean, there's other ways of doing it, yeah.
Okay, I mean, I have to go look into that one. But like I said, the last thing I was talking about was, like, if you granted that the Christians were, like you said, the followers of Jesus, then, like you said, so I guess it would debunk it. So then, from my point of view, the Christians using Tacitus and Pliny, I think, would be a stretch to call them the followers of Serapis, in my opinion, from what I've researched. So that's where I'm at with this.
I don't know what to tell you, man. They look a lot like the Therapeutae, and they're affiliated with Serapis. I mean,
Can you give me a little rundown on the Therapeutae?
Yeah, Therapeutae are a group outside of Lake Marotus. It's talked about in Philo of Alexandria's book, roughly written about 20, which would have been predating Jesus' supposed ministry anyways. So I don't know why Epiphanius and Eusebius wanted to make these the first Christian monks, because that doesn't make any fucking sense. But the point is, it says that they have practices that are very similar to Jesus, or not to Jesus, to the Christians that Pliny runs into in 111, where they all like meet together and have like meals and shit.
So I guess I'm gonna have to research the Therapeutae, and then I'll get back to you what I see on that. And then I guess my last point would be, this was like Bart Ehrman's argument, right? I wanted to hear your thoughts on it, right? If it was a mystery cult and it was invented, why would they invent someone that was like a poor carpenter who dies and doesn't, who wasn't a king, who wasn't like someone that you would imagine someone. Sorry?
He's not a carpenter in the first gospel.
What is he?
A deity?
But he was from what I remember a carpenter. No, that was his.
Not
What's
in
what
the
he
first
did before.
gospel, not in Evangeline.
Fine, whatever. He was a poor Jew.
Poor, and he's not Jewish in Evangeline.
He's not Jewish either. Jesus Christ,
No, dude. I mean, you're
What
talking
is
about
he?
later on when they're trying to historicize him and give him like a backstory and shit.
Well, what was he in Evangeline? What is he?
He's a deity. He comes down out of heaven.
Oh, okay. You're saying he's okay.
He's just
No,
a
but
god who shows up and he's like, "Yo, let me heal you. Suck my dick." Like that's basically what he like. Maybe not the second part. I'm not a Mon Hillman, but still, it's.
But you get my point, right? Like, why would they invent someone that dies?
But like
poor?
Bart Ehrman's argument, if this is what you're quoting from, I think you said it was his argument.
Yeah.
His argument is predicated on the idea that this is written in the first century and that the Gospels that talk about him being a carpenter are the first Gospels. I don't think he's ever referred to as a carpenter in the fucking Gospel of Mark, even. Let's see. Does Mark say Jesus was a carpenter? I don't even think he does. Oh no, it does. It does. Mark 6:3. It says that he's the carpenter.
Okay.
It's the carpenter. Yeah, in Mark 6.
So yeah, why would they make like a poor carpenter and
Again,
someone
he's
that
not a
dies
carpenter. He's not a carpenter in Evangeline. I don't know what to tell you, man.
But he was. So if you're not going to Evangeline, you're going to Mark, like you just said.
Yeah, if I go to like a later gospel, yeah, it could be whatever. Why would they invent somebody who blows up another kid? Oh, sorry, you didn't want me to go to the infancy gospel of Thomas? You don't want me to just pick a random later gospel and say this is the one that I want?
So Evangeline, he's only referred to as a deity. I haven't read Evangeline.
He's not a fucking god, or he's a god. He's not a fucking carpenter. He descends out of heaven. Like he's not gonna be a carpenter.
Yeah, I would have to. I'm gonna look at the Therapeutai. I'm gonna look at Evangeline. Yeah, man, that's pretty much all I got. I think.
Yeah, I think one thing that you might run into, because I've ran into this when discussing things with like Google AI and stuff like that, at least.
Yeah.
Is I've got it to acknowledge that Christianity is definitely a lot like other mystery cults. It won't straight up say, you know what, you're right, it's just coming from something else, because obviously it doesn't want to just like talk shit about a religion. And so I get it. But nevertheless, there's an incredibly obvious connection between early Christianity and mystery cults of the time. To say that Christianity was somehow separate from them or different from them is asinine, and it is a very ignorant take, because these other mystery cults, really the only difference is that the others weren't as connected to Judaism / didn't have texts. That's really the only difference. Like they didn't have like this story that they all decided to just come up with and rally around. In fact, Christianity could have realistically been a mythology that linked together as many mystery cults as possible to try to say, oh, hey, let's just try to all be under this particular flag. I mean, there's a whole bunch of different ways that Christianity lines up with the mystery cults of the time, and that's what we see. So when it lines up so heavily and so much with these other mystery cults that obviously Christians today
give me one
and stuff
example.
like that don't believe it. Say what?
Can you give me
like
an
the
example of a
mystery
mystery
cult
cult?
of Dionysus believed
Dionysus.
the followers of Dionysus.
Okay.
They believed in a god who turned water into wine, who was all about drinking wine and stuff like that. And they had a practice of like the Eucharist, drinking wine at these rituals and stuff.
I actually searched this up when you were talking about it, and it says that he turned a river into wine, but I don't think he drank it, did he?
What? When does Jesus drink wine?
When did Jesus drink wine? I mean, all the people there drank the wine, no?
Okay. But that's not the only instance of Dionysus turning water to wine. We have like a good like 7 or 8 different stories from him turning water into wine. Also,
no, I'm just
it's
I
kind of
searched
splitting
it up
hairs
earlier.
to say that he turned a river into wine, but Jesus turned like water in a cup into wine, so he's different.
No, I mean there's a bit of a nuance, but yeah, fair enough. I
But
will
he
grant you
turned
that it
a
is
fountain
similar.
into wine at a party.
Right, I get what you're saying. I will agree with you that there is similarity to it, but it's not like exactly the same, you know. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But yeah, I'll search this up as well. I'll see what Dionysus's cult was
Let's
like.
see. Pliny
I'm
the
interested.
Elder and other ancient writers recorded that at a sanctuary of Dionysus of Andros, a specific spring flowed with wine during a multi-day January festival. So, in other words, they
the one that I
straight up have festivals during the times that like water would be turned from wine or into wine.
And then what ended this cult?
What ended? What cult?
What was the like? What was like? What ended it? Yeah. What was like the? What do you mean?
Christianity ended it.
Why?
You convert or die.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Interesting. Okay, I'd have to look. I'd have to look into it.
There's actually a mural which is kind of interesting from Pompeii that we were able to clean up not too terribly long ago that depicted some of the rituals that you would do and the initiations into this particular cult. Taking part in the Eucharist and being baptized and stuff. This is just ritualistic stuff that you have to do to be initiated into the cult of Christianity. That's all that it is. And they have like mysteries that you would learn and stuff like that. I mean, throughout the Gospels, they straight up talk about how there's these mysteries of the faith and there's mysteries of the kingdom and stuff like that you have to unlock. Jesus straight up says at multiple times that he's preaching in metaphor, or he's using these stories in order to or these fables or whatever the fuck they call them there, in order to confuse people, in order to keep them in the dark, and that only the people who would follow him would be able to actually parables. I think is what it is. Yeah, parables. Yeah, he uses parables, and he says that he uses parables in order to keep people in the dark, and only the people who follow him would know. Like, I can show you the verse if you wanted.
No, I guess my last question would be, I think I asked you this before, but I think you mentioned to me you think it was money, and something else. But we talked about this briefly, and you know, I said Wesley Huff, who I also followed, said that, you know, all these cults, when the person or the god or, you know, they died, the cult died off, right? Why do you think that?
Remotely close to true. The cult of
Why do you think
Dionysus wasn't
Christianity?
alive at the same time as Dionysus? That doesn't make any sense. The cult of Hercules wasn't alive at the time of Hercules.
Well, he said there was cults that the leader or whoever died off, and then the cult died off soonly after. So I think I asked you, why do you think Christianity then took off, and we're still talking about it today?
I just gave you two examples of cults that just continue to live. I mean, there's plenty of cults that live on past the person who supposedly started it. That's dumb as shit. And it's from Wes Huff, so it's pretty on par. So whenever we talk about what Jesus says, yeah, right here. So this is Matthew 13, verse 10. It says, then the disciples came and asked him, why do you speak to them in parables? He answered, to you it has been given to know the secrets of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it has not been given. For to those who have, more will be given, and they will have abundance. But from those who have nothing, even what they have will be taken away. The reason I speak to them in parables is that seeing they do not perceive, and hearing they do not listen, nor do they understand. With them indeed is fulfilled the prophecy of Isaiah that says, you will indeed listen, but never understand. You will indeed look, but never perceive. For this people's heart has grown dull. Their ears are hard of hearing, and they have shut their eyes, so they might not look with their eyes and hear with their ears and understand with their heart and turn, and I would heal them. So in other words, he's saying, look, only the people who follow me are actually going to get any kind of idea as to what the fuck I'm saying. The people who don't are just going to be lost. And so it's a matter of you follow me and you'll learn more about these. This is a mystery. That's the concept of it. And plenty of mystery cults existed. That's what it is, man. Like,
but I'm saying they died off, right? Why did Christianity? Why
because
did
of
it?
Christianity. I don't know how to tell you that once Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire,
Okay,
it was
no,
lights
fair
out.
enough. I get that, but then
Even
I'm saying,
other
why did
forms of
Christianity?
Christianity didn't make it because of Christianity, because of the Roman state religion, or known as Christianity. There in 380, they don't make it, man. That's how that works. The Christians were thugs.
But from the time that Jesus passed away to 380, how did it last up until then?
Because it's syncretic. It works because it's just something that people already sort of kind of believe a little bit. It's able to last. Other mystery cults lasted as well. The cult of Hercules was around. The cult of Asclepius was around for hundreds of years after the supposed Jesus was around. So, I mean, Asclepius lasted until Christianity took over Rome. So how did it last that long? It's because people believe in dumb shit, dude. Like, Christianity is not special. Like, the cult of Asclepius was around for hundreds of years prior to Christianity, and it lasted for hundreds of years after Christianity started. So, what was its staying power? It was just a bunch of people that said, we believe this. And that's it. And they believed in healings and shit. All right? And they had their own places that they got together and they worshipped and all this stuff. That's what they did.
Gotcha.
And you end up with really the only reason it's not here today is because another mystery cult got big, got lucky, became the official religion of the Roman Empire, and unalived everyone from unless they turned to their cult. I mean,
So you think from the time
I need
Jesus,
you to realize how ridiculous the question is, or ridiculous the thought is, that the argument is, that because Christianity lasted that long, that somehow it's special or different. It's not. It didn't even last that long from the time that you get the mystery cult showing up, or especially the stories showing up, to the time to where it becomes the official religion of the empire. If it was another religion that made it to the official religion, it would have. If another mystery cult had beat it out, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be talking about whether or not Jesus existed. We'd be talking about whether or not Asclepius existed. Like, Christianity just
right?
got
But then,
lucky.
okay, so you think it was just luck that it made it
Luck.
to
Luck. It is luck a lot, and the other part to it is it is syncretic, so it's able to be spread a little easier than like some other stuff. It's able to, people are able to kind of listen to it a little better,
Right.
because it's
Right,
already
right, right.
similar to what they already believe.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think it's a ridiculous claim because, in the Christian's paradigm, or people that, people that are maybe believe in it, whatever, they believe that after Jesus passed away, the disciples went on and died for that quote unquote lie, or, that it became stronger,
that's what
right?
they believe,
Christianity. So,
yeah.
right. So,
But I mean,
from my paradigm, it's not a ridiculous thing to ask someone that, you know what I mean? So,
I mean,
that's why I asked it.
No, it is still ridiculous because you're asking a question as to why I think, you're asking my opinion on why I think that, like, this cult has lasted this particular length of time, but other cults lasted even longer. It's still ridiculous because you're trying to insinuate that it has some kind of there's something special about it when it didn't even last as long as the others that were around. If the cutoff is when it becomes the official religion. If the cult of Asclepius had become the official religion of the Roman Empire, you wouldn't be a Christian. I don't know how to tell you that. Christianity would have been a flash in the pan, and we would have read about it, and we'd have been like, hey, look at those crazy people who believe that there was some guy who was running around. Like, we wouldn't we wouldn't think anything of it.
No, I said that because from my understanding, like I said, maybe I'm out of my depths with this because I haven't researched all the cults and how they died off. But I assume that once someone, the leader or whenever someone dies, that cult dies off with it or something. You know what I mean? That's
Elizabeth asked in the chat, how did Buddhism last? Buddha's dead.
Buddhism?
And it's older than Jesus. Yep. It's older than the story of Jesus, and the leader is dead. The first one.
Right.
So I guess
that's a great question.
See, yeah, Wes Huff is dumb as shit, dude. Like when he said that kind of stuff, you should immediately looked right through it and been like, okay, no.
What do you got against Wes Huff, man?
Well, knowledge, I guess.
I thought he was pretty smart from what I listened to him.
Yeah, that's because he's just regurgitating like apologetics, like old hat. But if you thought for like 10 seconds about how not only do all cults not have to follow a particular leader, lots of them last after the leader's dead. There's entire religions like Buddhism that last after the first founder of the religion is dead. That's how that works, man. Also,
no, I gotta look into that.
It's also presuppositionalism to say, hey, Jesus actually did exist. Like, no, where are you getting that idea? You're just assuming that he did exist, and you're saying, oh, if he did exist, why did it not die out? Because I don't know anything about cults, but the one thing that I think I know about it is that they die out whenever the founder dies. Well, I'm sorry to tell you this, but Jesus is mythical. He's mythology, and the cult lasted. Asclepius is mythology, and the cult lasted. Hercules is mythology, but the cult lasted. It lasts until Christianity decided to unalive everyone else.
All right, fair enough. I guess the last thing I'll leave off with, and I want to hear your thoughts on this, and it's another Wesley Huff thing, so don't get mad at me. I like the guy, but would you agree that Christianity makes claims that no other religion makes? Like, there's no, like, every other religion
make claims that other religions don't make. Otherwise, they wouldn't be different religions.
No, but then the difference between Christianity is that
I don't give two shits what the difference is. You just asked me. You asked me, do they make claims that other religions don't? If they made claims that other religions didn't make, or if they made claims that they did make, then they'd be the other religions.
No, but the claims have some historical validity to it. You don't agree with it, but there is. You know, there's scholars that believe that
I don't
Jesus
agree,
did
but
exist.
there is. Okay, what's the evidence? Now we're right back at looking at the evidence.
I mean, you know, the New Testament.
And it sounds like Wes Huff said this, and I assume that he was talking like Jim Carrey, like spreading his ass cheeks and everything when he said it, because it sounds like it's coming right out of his ass. Because it sounds like he probably also didn't back this up with evidence that Jesus actually did exist. He probably just said it because, I don't know, he assumes it.
I mean, I'm sure he could stand up here and defend it way better than I am right now, but I think, you know, there is...
I honestly, like, no joke, I'm not, this isn't hyperbole, this isn't me like, look at me. No, I strongly doubt it. Like, even, I'm telling you, even Bart Ehrman, like, even though he would have, like, that, like, air about him, about, like, oh, hey, like, what I say is just true or something like that, or just, he would hold himself, you know, pretty well. At the same time, I highly doubt that the arguments that like Wes Huff would give for Jesus would be any different from the ones that I hear day in and day out for 5 hours a fucking weekday for the last 2.5 years. I would be absolutely shocked if Wes Huff or even Bart Ehrman would like whip out some kind of argument that I'd never heard before. Like, what do you think? They just have access to evidence or something that no other plebe does or something?
I think they have more studies into to these things that we're talking about. That maybe someone, maybe they.
Yeah, so because they don't have some magic like artifact or some magic manuscript that they can point to, unless they have some knowledge, some secret knowledge that no one else does, and they haven't shared it with anybody else to come in here and give it to me, I don't know why they would be making any arguments that really would amount to anything else other than the same thing that we have.
Well, that's why I told you last time, and I'll say it again. That I hope did Ehrman, he argued with that guy Bryce, right? He was a mythicist as well, Bryce. I watched that. Did he ever debate
Price?
anyone else?
Like
I hope he
Robert
debates
Price?
you. Yeah, Robert Price. I'm sorry, Price.
Yeah, but I think Price. Yeah, he argued with Price, or he debated Price. Yeah.
Did he argue with any other mythicists?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea.
I hope he does with you, man, because I would love to see it, because I think you have some really strong arguments, and I assume that Bart has strong arguments, and I would, I'd want to hear
Arguments
it.
are all based on the idea that the New Testament is written in the 1st century, and there's a lot of reliability that you can just heap upon the early church history or early church fathers. I don't do that. because I'm not beholden to any kind of university. I'm not beholden to any kind of particular stance so that I can get on the same stage as anybody from a particular university. Doesn't matter. I don't. It doesn't matter to me. And as far as
Do you think he has
mythicism
skin in the
goes,
game?
I would say what?
You think he has skin in the game, so that's why
No,
he's
I
not
think
really.
well, I think it's more just like, hey, I'm not going to deviate from what most people believe when it comes to like,
Right.
because he is a scholar. He is obviously going to appeal to other scholars in many cases because
Mhm.
he believes that scholars have gone to school enough to be able to. It's the same shit that everybody else says, but from a different perspective. So, or not everybody else, but a lot of people say. So
Right.
he's going to appeal to other scholars, and he's going to say the scholarly consensus is that this is written in the 1st century. All right, great, cool, awesome. Well, you don't have any evidence for that. Otherwise, I would have heard about it a long time ago. But if somebody, if he's got evidence for it, then he could present it. But I mean, he's probably
Don't
just
they
going to
use the
be
same
arguing from a
argument
1st
they
century
use?
thing. And Robert Price also, at least at the time that he debated Ehrman, he believes in 1st century dating for the New Testament. So you're already
Don't they use
kind
the
of
same thing
giving
you're
Bart
using
the
in your
thing.
book?
Say what? No.
Don't they use the same? Don't they use like
Bart.
wording that was written? Like, don't they use like kind of like there's the wording that's used in the New Testament is also used like in the 1st century? Is that how do they date it to the 1st century? If you don't mind me asking.
What, the New Testament?
Yeah.
Because the church says it was, and they just
Oh,
kind
so
of
they just go by.
compromise it with them. Yeah. We don't have,
Oh.
and this is true, we don't have jack shit that dates the New Testament to the 1st century. Nothing. Zilch. Nada. Zero. Null. Nothing. Anything.
Isn't P something in the
No.
is it
P52 dates to 200.
really?
Yes.
Wow.
It's the last year of the 2nd
I
century.
thought it was like 110 or 120.
Nope. I'll show you it right now. This is P52,
Interesting.
University of Manchester. That's the website that I'm on because that's where it's housed. You take a look at it.
Okay.
Let's see. Recent research points to a date near to 200, but there is as yet no convincing evidence that any earlier fragments from the New Testament survive.
Okay, interesting.
No, there's nothing to date at the 1st century. The only reason people say this is because they say, oh, hey, it talks about the destruction of the temple. And so what conservative Christians do is they say we want these things to be before the destruction of the temple so that it's a prophecy for the people who are writing it. And then you have the non-Christian or non-religious scholars who go, well, duh, I'm not going to like fucking grant you prophecy, or the ability to prophesy. So we're going to put it around 70. That's just what it is. But you and I can write a story about the Civil War. Doesn't mean it's written in the 1860s, right? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fair
Yeah.
enough, man. Well,
So if you write a
I
book,
think
and in your book about Abraham Lincoln, you don't mention that he died, does that mean that it was written during the lifetime of Abraham Lincoln?
no.
Yeah. So just like the guest well before you had said, oh, hey, well, there's nothing in the Gospel of John that says that the destruction of the temple had happened. Cool. Sweet.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
Well,
I mean, there's
fair enough.
There's nothing in there's nothing in a whole bunch of things that nothing in a whole bunch of works of fiction that don't mention other things in history.
Gotcha.
It's not how that works.
So yeah, man, I'm gonna do some research. I'll be back. I hope you don't take this the wrong way. Like I said, I like you, man. I think what you're doing is cool. You're educating people, but I hope you don't take this the wrong way, man. But I pray that one day you can find the truth, and even me, if I'm wrong, I hope I find the truth, and that's it, man. I hope you don't take that the wrong way.
Neil.
Say it respectfully.
Neil, you know better. All right. All right. We got someone coming up here, hopefully connecting here. Polenta Forest over there on YouTube at $2 says, this is the best education. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Well, I don't know if this other person's going to connect, but someone just requested up. They may connect faster. Yeah. Hoping. Wait, hold on. Hoping
Hi.
to travel. What's up?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Maybe they got a call when you're off the, or maybe they off the app. When you're off the app, I can't hear you. You there? Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you now.
How's it going? Nice cowboy hat.
Oh, it's going. Oh, thank you very much. But what you got? What you got for us today?
All right, let's see. I'm pretty sure I posted the let me see. I can't post the actual link, but in my comments I wrote down the actual historians, half of which are not actual Christian followers who just documented. There's just documentation in other writings from people in that time that show that there was a man in Nazareth who existed. So I think what you're trying to prove is that he was born in Nazareth. Yes. So what you're trying to prove is that he is
which
a false
historian
prophet,
mentions that he
not
was
that
from
he
Nazareth?
did or did not exist.
Which historian says he's from Nazareth?
I'm actually trying to find them in my comments.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. I don't know. So we have Tacitus, Pliny the Younger.
Tacitus mentions Nazareth.
Suetonius. I believe it might not have been Tacitus. I think actually
Does
what I'm
Josephus mention Nazareth?
Let me see.
He doesn't mention Nazareth as in his entire collection
Flavius.
of
I
books.
believe it was Flavius Josephus and the that's a Jewish historian. They actually are not necessarily defending Jesus. I actually think some of them were saying that he was either a false prophet or they were basically just acknowledging him as a religious teacher of the time and that he was a civil figure.
So Josephus wasn't a Christian, is what you're saying?
I don't know. You're just asking for proof. I mean, what are you to do? Also, Christianity is a religion that is probably the most attacked.
We're gonna have to
So
slow down.
my point is, what are you
about
to
a whole bunch of
do
different
if
things.
you can't believe
You're talking about a whole bunch of
historians
different stuff
who
Right.
have? I mean,
All right, listen. You have appealed to these historians. What do they say? You tried to make a claim earlier that they talk about Nazareth. Josephus and Tacitus, and this is true, literally never say the word Nazareth once. Ever. And Josephus is even really weirder because he is, and this is true, born in Galilee in 37 and never mentions the word Nazareth in any of his books. None. Not in Against Apion, not in Vita, the Life of Flavius Josephus, not in Antiquities of the Jews, not in Wars of the Jews. Never mentions it. That's weird. But, nevertheless, you're saying that these people mention Jesus. So really fast.
He was a civil teacher. He was a civil figure and a religious teacher. Yes.
Who are you saying? What? Are you saying they say Jesus was a religious teacher? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Or are you saying
I'm not saying
was?
They weren't saying that he was Savior and God. They were just saying that he was either a false prophet or a civil figure
sure?
in that time.
Here's the testimony of Flavianum found in Book 18, Chapter 3, Section 3 of Antiquities of the Jews from Josephus. All right. About this time there lived Jesus, a wise man, if indeed one ought to call him a man. What does that mean?
You're saying that this historian who you study mentioned Jesus.
Mm-hmm. What does this mean?
Is what you just showed. So you are studying a historian who admits that Jesus was real.
No, what I'm pointing out is that this is an interpolation, and I'm trying to show you that this is an interpolation from a later Christian. This is not from this actual historian. This historian is not a Christian. What do you think that phrase that is highlighted means? If it says, if indeed one ought to call him a man, what do you think that means? If indeed one ought to call him a man, what does that mean?
That there was an argument at the time that he was Christ, God, and Savior, and
that
it would possibly be
So
Like,
that's already it's already starting the glaze for Jesus. But let's continue. For he was one who performed surprising deeds and was a teacher of such people as accept the truth gladly. He won over many Jews and many of the Greeks. He was the Christ.
Okay.
What was that about this person not saying that he was the Christ? What?
What is the point you're making?
This is not something Josephus wrote. It is something from Eusebius. He's the first person to mention this paragraph in the early 4th century, a little over 200 years after Josephus died. He says in his book Demonstratio Evangelica, let us now make use of Josephus the Jew, and then gives us this paragraph for the first time in history. Multiple church fathers prior to Eusebius, they quote Josephus, quote Antiquities of the Jews. Not a single one of them says anything from this paragraph. Not a one.
Do you think AI can manipulate and potentially falsify information these days with us brilliant millennials? Because we just Google stuff and just say it's true. You should fly to Jerusalem and like study ancient scrolls to see if there was a
I'm not using you as a travel agent if that's what you're advertising here. I'm using books, and this book came out well before the time of AI and stuff like this. This one is published in 1987. So please, explain to me how AI is manipulating what I'm reading from Josephus and what we can read from 10th and 11th century manuscripts of these documents prior to the existence of the home computer.
He just was obvious. Like, I'm not even saying that he's God. I'm not even that. This is like,
well, Josephus is.
Not, it doesn't even matter
so that's
if
really
I'm
weird,
Christian
right?
or not. He just
Right?
was. He did exist.
Nah.
Like that's why it was.
He didn't.
That's why he was so
The
controversial.
people who you're appealing to are people who have been interpolated into. Josephus did not say this. That is from a later Christian who is interpolating it into the text. He's adding it to the text. His name is Eusebius, and we know who he is because he's the first person to even say it, and he's an admitted liar. He literally says, he literally quotes from Plato. When Plato was arguing for the ability or the justification of a lawyer to lie on behalf of his client, he says that it would be useful to tell non-truths to convince people to do the truth or to do something good by sheer, not compulsion, but literally just because they want to, because you've tricked them into believing something. That's what he argues for in his books, Eusebius. He is an admitted liar who has no problem with lying about the church and no problem with lying about Jesus. No problem. Which is why he does in what we have in Josephus. Tacitus is also interpolated into. We just don't know who it is. But it
why
literally
was it such
calls...
a big deal to lie about a like non-existent figure?
Because in the 4th
Why is there so
century,
much
they were trying to
controversy?
make Jesus legit. In the 4th century, they get the Edict
Well,
of Milan in 312.
why does it matter to legitimize him if he didn't exist?
Because you're part of the religion. That would be the part. Why wouldn't it? Like
The question
people
is,
in
Jesus
religions
and Paul
lie
never
about their religions.
existed.
Yeah, correct.
I think that you're saying that Jesus was a false prophet, and that
I
is
am
what you're
not.
trying to argue.
I'm not.
You study a historian who is trying to illegitimize a figure in history.
I don't
but
know what
by
you're talking
doing
about.
that, he's saying
what
that
historian,
he existed.
What historian am I studying? Eusebius, you mean?
Yes.
That's the Christian who says Jesus did exist. You're not following at all. I mean, I can explain this to you if you need me to. She left. That was really weird.
That's what I call a Texas barbecue.
That was perfect. That's funny. All right. Zeno Pudre, $2 there. The best education says queerification for one low price.
Hello.
$5 from a Lope Nope says lost a bet. All right. Dylan Shepard, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Doing pretty good. What you got?
I'm not trying to waste your time. I just had a few points as someone who's agnostic, or clear up some chats or anything like that. That lady, you asked her point. She said her point. You disproved it, and then she said, "Okay, what's your point?" Just seemed a little not understanding what the debate was about. Also, I heard someone say, sorry. Heard someone say that, what's your proof that he didn't exist? But I think the burden of proof lies in that he did exist. A court doesn't ask you, what's your proof you're innocent? They ask you, or they ask the other people, what's your proof that you're guilty?
That's exactly how we start off our book, Christ Before Jesus, which goes over this. It literally starts off in a courtroom. That's the idea.
I might have to read it.
That's the point. The idea is that when we are asked, or we are looking at the question of, is Jesus guilty of existing? Technically speaking, we don't have to show that he is innocent of existing or anything like that. The burden of proof is on the people who say that he is guilty of existing. So that's their burden of proof. But we go further than that. We don't just say, oh, hey, there's no evidence for him, so therefore not guilty. Because the court doesn't really determine your innocence. It just determines whether or not you're guilty or not guilty, found not guilty or found guilty, that kind of thing. But we go further than that. Because you can do that in a court. You can, let's say that a court said that you robbed a bank. All right, or there was an accusation that you robbed a bank. So you go in, and the prosecution, their task is to show that they have evidence that you robbed this bank. Now, if you were at home all day, then obviously you couldn't rob the bank. But here's my point: you don't necessarily have to show a video of you at home during that time. You don't have to. If they don't have video or they don't have any evidence that you robbed the bank, then you're good. Yeah. But if you wanted to show the evidence that you are at home, then there's not really that they're going to be able to do, and not really anything they're going to do. You've already shown that you're innocent. You weren't there, so they can't do anything at that point. So we can either sit around and wait for people to give us evidence that Jesus existed, or we can roll up our sleeves and we can say, you know what? I'm going to see if there's evidence that he didn't. And guess what? There's a lot. We get to dig into the Bible, and that's what we do in our book. We get to dig into the Bible. We get to dig into ancient historians. We get to dig into church history, that kind of thing. And we get to try to find out if there's evidence to the contrary of Jesus existing, or if there's any evidence at all that he did. And not only is there a lack of evidence he did, there's evidence against it.
Is there a digital copy? I actually really want to look
It's just
into
$3. The link to the book is in my bio or on the YouTube profile. It's called Christ Before Jesus. The ebook on Amazon is $3 or $2.99.
Nice. And I don't want to waste too much time, since I'm not proving that he did exist. But one last thing.
Yep.
From an outside perspective, I saw someone. I mean, I agree with this completely. Someone said, faith is to believe in something without proof. And I've heard from multiple religious friends of mine that, of course, God only wants his followers to be the people who have faith in him. If there was definitive proof and 80% of the population believes in him just because they have to, it's no longer the voluntary faith. But to an outsider, it just feels like a little bit of a flaw And I don't want to say like cop out because that sounds like mean, but it just seems like a flaw to me when you're looking for proof and your answer is proof doesn't exist because of faith. So I agree with the
Yeah.
statement.
So what I say a lot on here is that faith is the excuse that people give when they don't have a good reason to believe something. Otherwise, we would use the word trust. Trust is based on experience, knowledge. It's based on actual evidence and support. Faith is saying I don't have any of those things, but I'm still going to believe it.
Yeah.
Like that's just kind of how it works.
Yeah. Also, I mean, I'm not like I haven't looked into history as much as like historians or probably even people in the chat, but like even today, like I find like distrust or like I find a hard time like believing that things are accurate. So I just find like it hard to believe that something from so many thousands of or however from so many years ago, like not even Jesus himself, but like the text, the books, like I just can't find proof within myself to think that those are 100% accurate, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I get it.
But yeah, it's just let me see. Is there anything else? No, that's about it.
All right.
I'll look into the book. I'll
Let me know what
check
you
in what
think,
people
man.
are saying. I bet.
But that was a Dylan Shepard, everybody. Dylan Shepard. I never can tell when you're bringing up someone. Sometimes, especially when they're them dirty atheists. Sometimes they're good conversations. Sometimes they're terrible.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
How that works. Dax Shepard. Yeah. All right. If no one else has any evidence for Jesus or Paul here in the next few seconds, then I'm going to go ahead and bounce a Rooney. Let's see. Does anybody have anything? Oh, $5 there from Alan says the term in Mark is tekton, which is probably being used as stonemason, as Mark talks about masonry lots and very little about woodwork. Yeah, it's true. That is true. Dylan Shepard said, sorry if it was a little off topic. LOL. I try to keep an open mind just when I talk about an outsider. Yeah. You're good, man. It's just sometimes when you bring up people who are friendly, sometimes it's just like sometimes they have some good points or they have some good questions. Other times it's just like, okay, like this is really weird. Yeah, Dylan, you're fine. Yeah, you're good. One day at a time. What you got?
Hey, what's up, man? I mean, I don't really have anything historical. I just
That's not good.
wanted to. Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to ask about your experience a little bit. I know you mentioned you used to be a missionary.
I like turtles.
Okay. Me too, man. How did you reconcile with, or how did you deal with later on? Like, did you ever have like spirit or what you felt like was spiritual experiences, like back when you were, I guess, strong in your faith or whatever you want to call that? During those times, did you have like?
You have things that you feel like we're that type of category. Yeah.
How did you kind of assess that later on? Like, what did you chalk that up to be?
Looking for evidence. That's the idea. I mean, if you start digging into evidence for a particular thing, it's just you're gonna pretty quickly shave off any kind of like concepts of magic.
Okay. Gotcha. I mean, yeah. Okay. Just wanted to know, if you had felt anything like that and like what, how you would deal with that later on.
Yeah, I mean, my co-author, and I don't think he'd mind me telling the story. So, we've known each other since we were 11 and 12, and we attended, at least at one point, we attended the same church, and we went to like a youth camp or something. It was like a summer thing. It's like a week-long thing. And while we were there, they had a band that was playing. The band would play every night, and they'd have this worship music and lights and the whole show, all this shit. So at nighttime, especially after you've, got the Bible pumped into you from multiple different like small groups and large groups and Bible studies all day. And finally, you're kind of tired from running around and doing these activities and everything. And finally, at nighttime, they're just like pumping this bass into you and these blaring guitars and these drums and these vocals just singing about Jesus, all this stuff. It makes you feel something. And he recalls being at one of these events, and everyone around him had like their hands up and stuff like that, and some of them had their eyes closed and stuff, you're singing and everything like that. And he recalls starting to feel like almost like adrenaline, he said. And he said that he felt uncomfortable about it. And it was like what is going on? Like, what is happening here? It was very moving, but at the same time, he felt suspicious about it. And after looking up what this emotion was, like why he felt that way, he noticed that it was almost like groupthink, or you have
Like crowd mentality.
Yeah, it's like that crowd mentality where you want to take part in what other people are doing, and if they are acting as if something is happening, then you're going to want to do that same thing. And when you've got that music just blaring and boom, 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 it's this, like, yeah, he said a collective, in first instance, yeah, it's collectives. I don't know how to pronounce that last name, but it's a certain emotion that shows up in a group, and you start feeling it. And people will equate that with feeling God, or they feel the Spirit, is what they say. Not knowing that this feeling happens in all religions that do this kind of stuff. Literally all religions that do that are going to have that feeling. All these religions that, like, when people go and run around that fucking box, within Islam, or people who,
Like go to the wall and
go to the
Israel.
wall, or will chant in, Buddhist temples or monasteries. That's the idea. You feel this collective emotion.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that's been like one of the hardest things for me. Logically, like the stuff you say makes sense to me now, but when you've had like those feelings, it's I feel like it's hard to like
it's hard to separate
say
them.
that was
But
yeah.
someone in the chat actually pointed out, SecProg said, and also people outside religion feel it, but they don't consider a religious feeling. You can feel that in a mosh pit. You can feel that at a show of your favorite band or something. You can feel it watching a movie. That emotion that evokes tears while watching some drama all in a theater, especially a crowded theater where everybody's crying, that emotion, like I like watching comedies, especially if I feel like it's not going to be that great. I will watch it in a theater, because if I'm watching it in a theater, then people are going to laugh all together. And that almost kind of makes you feel like you need a laugh too. That's why they have laugh tracks on TV, is because if they make you feel like other people are laughing along with you, then you'll laugh and you'll find it funny.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's like growing up, man. My dad's a pastor, so growing up, I've seen things like exorcisms and like people like being healed of sicknesses, um, things like that. So like growing up seeing stuff like that, it's like that's been it's hard to like detach from that and like kind of call that stuff fake and
it's easier to call it fake and understand that it's fake whenever you realize that the people who were being healed were people who already bought into the religion. You know, these people who were claiming that they had been healed, or these people who claimed that they had been helped in any way, shape, or form, or exercised and stuff, they already bought into certain things. They already bought into it. One of the funniest videos that I've seen here recently, one of them is there was a preacher who was like knocking down people, just like touching them.
Don't say Benny Hinn.
No, it wasn't Benny Hinn. But it's similar to that dog shit. But what they ended up doing is at a certain point, they would put their heads on people and they just they freak out, and they accidentally put their hand on the head of a kid, and the kid just went like what's happening? Like he didn't know what to do. He just stood there, and so they just quickly moved on to to the adults who kept LeBroning around on the floor. And see, that's what happens. You're not aware as to what you haven't bought into it, so you don't act the way that you're supposed to act, or you feel like you're supposed to act, or people tell you that you're supposed to act. That's how it works. And so Matthew standing there with this band going on, he's starting to feel this emotion of like that groupthink kind of thing, and he's like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it plays on like people's vulnerabilities, and like that's the type of people that do usually buy into this stuff. So good talking to you, man. I'm still looking into stuff, and I appreciate the information that you're putting out.
Yeah, no problem.
Appreciate you, man.
Thanks. And yes, I did say LeBroning. I did say LeBroning. Anybody who feels like SGA is ruining basketball, which he is, has to acknowledge that LeBron started that bullshit. And I'm not saying that he's the first to flop. No, it's just he made it a skill. He is somebody who is highly skilled. The best, if not the second best NBA player of all time. MJ is third. But that being said, he still did it, and it motivates other people to do it. And so that's what I said LeBroning, because people are acting out. All right. And yes, MJ is the third best player of all time. Harden was the first to make it an effective part of your game. Like LeBron's not the first to flop, but he's the first with a massive audience and people who are emulating him in order to flop. Harden made it a part of his game. SGA perfected it. And so now the NBA is fucking trash unless they can fix the flopping problem. No, Wilt is not up there. No. Wilt isn't even in the top 10. All right. 31 points a game, 23 rebounds a game. Yeah. When you take the ball from your own players and you dunk it, yeah. He had 100 points in one game, but in the finals, he had a 2-4 record, even though he was a foot taller than everyone else because he's a fucking asshole. Defuck was bad too. Yeah. MJ number 1. I'm from Chicago. Well, yeah, but no. MJ is number 3. Sorry. I'm sorry. I invited someone to explain your second birthday. I don't know what you're talking about. Steve Nash number 5. Steve Nash number 5. Whoa. 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 Wait, Mezzo's here? Mezzo is here? Is Mezzo in here? Jokic? Who's number 1? I don't even want to say it. I don't even want to say it because you guys are just going to be like, oh my God. In all honesty, LeBron's it's hard to not make him number 1. Like, it's tough. It's tough. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Yeah, Rick Smits. There you go. Oh, somebody coming up. Oh my God, it's
Why are
Benzo.
your moderators requesting me up?
I don't know.
I have a full-time job.
Are you at the full-time job?
I don't know if that's relevant.
I mean, kinda.
I have stuff to do. What's up? What's going on?
Who's the
Are you guys
greatest
talking basketball?
Who's the greatest
you know
NBA
that I,
player of all time?
Famously beat LeBron James in a one-on-one street ball game at Venice Beach. You know about that?
Is this like Aaron Carter talking about the time he beat Shaq?
I don't know. Did Aaron Carter get a notarized letter saying that it was a true statement that he beat Shaq?
He got an album.
Are albums notarized letters?
No.
Host Cook. No, I when confronted, you've probably never heard this, but sometimes Christians will say there were 500 eyewitnesses to Jesus' resurrection. You've probably never heard someone say that. But I got it a few times. And then what I did was I got a notarized letter that said 1,568 people watched me beat LeBron James at the Venice basketball courts. And it's a notarized letter that more than 500 people saw me do it. So there's more than 1,000 eyewitnesses.
Wait, hold on. Do you seriously have a letter that you typed up and got notarized?
Not only that, I printed it in reverse because when I show it on my camera, I have to show the reversed version of it. But yeah, multiple times I have shown this letter. But you know how it goes.
Incredible.
If one person says that I'll show it to you. Let me see if I can find it. If one person says there was 1,000 eyewitnesses, then it means there was 1,000 eyewitnesses. That's just a fact of history. That's how it worked with Paul.
Man, that's pretty good. But who is this poor notary who you keep using for internet points?
I don't want to.
Do you know them personally?
No, it's not really notarized.
Oh, Oh.
I faked it.
I mean,
can
you
just say
could
things are
notarize it, though,
notarized.
right? Like, you could, right?
I probably could, yeah. Let me see. I actually do know some notaries.
Notary gets paid,
All right.
like the board man.
There's the whole letter here.
RIP to everybody on YouTube. You can't see this, but it looks pretty fucking awesome.
It has my real address. I don't care. It's really out there.
Okay.
One-on-one game with street basketball between myself and LeBron James, known for his job as power forward on the Los Angeles Lakers.
Known for his job.
Anyways, it was at Venice Beach. I beat him 10-1. I did a 360 slam dunk by jumping over the Laker in a phenomenal act of basketball. And LeBron was surprised and offered a high five, saying, "Damn, Mezzo, you're the GOAT at street ball, dog." So that's 1,546 people in attendance, and that's signed and notarized right here. So, and by the way, Paul's letter saying there was 500 isn't notarized, so mine's even better. It's dated. It says I'm the author. There's a commission number.
You should also
way better
laminate
evidence.
it and make it lemon scented. Like, it's got all these different things.
What scent do you think the Pauline letters were?
Oh, I would imagine it would probably be something like a pine or something. I mean, he's a tent maker, so I'm thinking like some kind of musky outdoor smell. Either that or armpit.
I can't imagine, like, if we made a time machine and went back and we're like trying to meet these figures from history, can you imagine how much they all just stank?
Oh my God.
I bet everyone reeked.
That was actually something I thought about.
deodorant,
Like, if you went back in time to
no
Rome, you'd be like,
toothpaste.
God.
And like even like the emperor probably just like terrible breath. You know, like everything is just terrible. Shit everywhere.
Someone just pointed out on TikTok that the address that was on your document was Neverland Ranch's address.
I have to get back to work.
Well, that's Mezzo, everybody. He is one of the lost boys at Neverland Ranch. That's how that goes. All right. I'll just give one Michael Jackson joke because, you know, it's just in the spirit of the holiday. I don't typically do these or anything. I don't really whatever. But why does Michael Jackson like 25-year-olds? Because there's 20 of them. Okay. We're moving on. Let's see. $3.11 from Gretchen's. It says, Mezzo told me to come say happy birthday, Sharon. Well, thank you. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Trappy Trap with the tomatoes. All right. I thought someone was going to come up there. I thought. Mark says, boo. What's Michael Jackson's pronouns? I like that. That's pretty good. That's much more benign than my joke of whatever I said earlier about, like, what does Michael Jackson call a school bus? Meals on Wheels or whatever I said. I can't remember what I said. All right, Spicy Alamo, what you got?
No, I'm not up, but I have a real quick question for you on the on Stylo. I was trying to play around with it myself. Do you have a dingogram specifically for Johannine authorship? I'm kind of really curious because I actually heard somebody I think was trying to say John was one author, and I mean I know most even less zealous historians will say, okay, you know, the Gospel of John and First John are the same author, second and third are a different author, and then, you know, John of Patmos is definitely not the same author. But I feel like there's more than obviously 4 plus, you know, in terms of at a chapter level. So I'm curious because we know John is interpolated into with what a woman in
Chapter 8.
adultery and
Yeah.
and the Johannine comma, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, that's
I
First
was
John.
curious
Yeah,
to know. Yeah. But I was just curious, like how much, like if you just ran everything that's traditionally attributed to John, looked at the Dingegram and said, there's really 6 people, or there's like what's the minimal amount of Johns out there from an authorship standpoint?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that the minimum amount of Johns for P. Mars's mom is about 500, I'd say. But other than that, I don't really know when it comes to the actual text there. What we found is that 2nd and 3rd John doesn't seem to have any kind of connection with the rest of it. Neither does Revelation. And we've even said that like a group of people is probably who wrote the Gospel of John in the first place. So I'd say a minimum of 3.
Okay. I mean, I think most even normal historians would say, First John, Gospel of John seem to be the same author, like because of language. But I don't even know if I trust that, I guess. So I kind of wanted to break it down on a chapter level on a Dingegram and just see how close, how many authors are popping out. But that was just my question.
Yeah, I don't know if we
Because
have
I know you
just John. I don't know.
Okay,
I think we talked
knew
about it a little bit in the book.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was going through it. I knew you. I mean, you had a lot of different references to Greek that you included in your bigger things, but I noticed most of your stuff was focused on some of the other authorship. I was just curious from just looking at a John authorship. I'm still blown away by the amount of people who tell me they think that one John, magically was, wrote 5 books.
Yeah. Oh yeah, in a language you didn't even speak.
Right.
When Acts 4:13 says he's illiterate. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah. I love some of the kind of the sleight of hand that you have with some other people, even like more contemporary scholarship. That's like, well, that's John the elder / evangel, elder / presbyter versus John the evangelist versus John the disciple versus John of Patmos, and I'm like, man, that's I don't know.
So if I could speculate for a moment, I would say that John of Patmos is John, like in the sense that that's supposed to be the John, like he's a real guy, and so it's John of Patmos, but he is involved with this religion, and so they give him like a cameo in the gospel. So John of Patmos is the real guy, and this disciple John is just some weird canonical version of him.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. I just was just curious. I didn't know if you had a John Dingegram specifically. I just because I think it would be fascinating to look at like a chapter level, since we know several works of John we know are interpolated. Yeah,
we have it a little bit, and it should be page. Oh, we go over the John documents there. It's Exhibit 4 there, so that'd be page 266 there in the book. But other than that, I don't know of anything where we explicitly go too terribly in depth into some of the different John authors there.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of John of Stamos too. I think that's a good one. All right. Well,
fun fact: do you know what John Stamos' real name is? Like his last name?
I know it's Greek and longer, right?
Oh,
I don't know if it's
if it's Greek,
like very Greek,
it's
right?
longer. All right, let's see his real name. Here we go. Does anybody want to put it in the chat? No, that's not his real name. What the fuck? It says he's born that? No, he was not born that. What the hell? There we go. Or his original family surname. I think maybe that's what it is. Like they shortened it. His family shortened it. It was Stamatopoulos or Stamatopoulos. That's it. Stamatopoulos.
Yeah, I like John Antipotempo.
That's another John. That is another John. Giannis Antetokounmpo. Yeah. Yes. That's John. Giannis sounds so cool, but we're actually like everybody's like, oh yeah, you like Giannis? You like Giannis? That's basically us just walking around being like, oh yeah, my favorite basketball player is John. That's the most boring ass name ever. It's just the fact that you call him Giannis. That's pretty cool. John Antetokounmpo. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for coming up.
Happy birthday and happy Queef Day.
Dear Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, he had to just do that there at the end, didn't he? Yep. Sure did. Had to throw that in there. $4.99 from a Jim 12. On Wednesdays, we queef. Oh my God. All right. Hashtag queef for CBJ. Whoa, that's a first. And then hashtag queef for Christ. That's 3 of them. I don't like it any more than you do. All right, $1.99 from WizKid said, I got the book. I'll read it and come back to talk. Well, that sounds awesome. That's exactly what I'd like to hear, is that somebody got the book and is aware of what I'm going to say, so they come in here and give us our run for our money. Try to prove us wrong. That's the idea. That's literally what it's talking about up there. All right. I see that, Devious, yeah. All right. So that is it from me. Thank you all for sticking around. Thank you to anybody and everybody who stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. I will see you guys later. I'll see you guys tomorrow, about 9:30 to 10 a.m. Central. Thank you very much for stopping by. Oh my God, man, they're just throwing them in as fast as they can. They're on TikTok. That's ridiculous. And thank you to everybody there on YouTube. Thank you very, very much for the super chats. Again, I try my best to read them. I will read them out loud and respond to them. If you did want to come up, if you're still watching or anything like that, you're like, how do I come up? Well, make sure to subscribe or maybe even become a member. That'd be awesome. That's how you see everything I hear that's on the... everything that's on the account. We have some videos that are members only. We have early access to videos depending on your level of membership there. And you have a little badge. You get to use emotes. You're able to comment there in the chat without any kind of ads or anything like that every once in a while might play. But thank you very, very much for helping out, guys, and for sticking around. You've been you, and you have been